Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of 70,000 euros and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of 215,000 euros and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Vincent. Are you ready?
Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, we are about to witness the final round of this epic Grenke Chess Festival. What a tournament it is, and so much at stake. Basically, nothing is decided. Well, my name is Peter Leko. I'm joined once again by Mihail Marin.
Hello.
Yes, here are the standings. Yeah, because we are a little bit late, we are rushing things. Please take a look at the standings. Vincent is leading together with Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Magnus Carlsen is within striking distance with half a point behind 6.5 as Alexei Sarana, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. I have checked that the best tiebreak, who has? Magnus Carlsen.
Really?
So if he manages to catch, of course, they are very close. Who knows what will be the last round result, but actually if Magnus catches, like he revealed here in the studio, that he thinks that he has quite a decent tiebreak. This is how the professionals like to call the situation. You never want to, brag about it that I have the best tiebreak, but it's quite decent, and yes, it is decent.
So he was modest, but not exaggeratedly modest.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes, and already there we see on our screens the playing hall, the excitement, the players are coming in, the final round of this amazing tournament. There are some issues with the pairings. We will be showing it, but we can already reveal the most important things. Of course, we knew Maxim Vachier-Lagrave faces Vincent. Those are the two leaders. Whoever wins that clash takes the title and qualifies directly for the second FIDE Freestyle World Chess Championship. So much at stake, but if this game ends in a draw, then suddenly the players with 6.5 points, that is Magnus Carlsen, who is facing there you see Aryan Chopra. He won a couple of games. He beat Fedoseyevna. He has one problem, some other important games as well. He's right there in the mix. And wait a second, how come Badu Jobava appears there up?
Maybe it's the top woman.
Probably
the top
yes,
lady,
because
yes.
Harika, let's not forget, the ladies are fighting for top 3 spots to qualify for the next FIDE Freestyle Women World Chess Championship. Facing Badu Jobava with black in a decisive game, not an easy task. But Alexei Sarana against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Also, Sarana has a very good tiebreak. It was kind of shocking for me to see that Magnus Carlsen and Sarana has slightly better tiebreak over Vincent, and Vincent has slightly better tiebreak over MVL. Yeah, so it's kind of very close, but we are talking about 1-2 points difference. That can easily change in the last round. Levon Aronyan against Ivan Sadic, but they are out of contention, and Jan Nepomniachtchi against Pranav. They are fighting for good prizes because we know we have seen 60,000 first prize and very generous prize fund for the top places. There is all to play for.
Money is a good consolation for not winning.
Yes, but normally, of course, everybody wants to get the first prize because it is so valuable.
But I was thinking, of course, as commentators, we have to be impartial. But even secretly, I don't know whom to root for, because I would have some 5 winners on my list. I mean, we saw Keimer building up such a beautiful attack, but Sarana creating problems, and Magnus, of course, was magnificent. And well, I don't name them all, but they are all heroes somehow. But Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, of course.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. For me, it's kind of course, easy that I'm clearly rooting for Vincent, but you know, I always have this tremendous respect for chess and for the achievements, and whoever plays fantastic, they deserve, yeah? So it's never also about me or Vincent or what. Whoever deserves, that should take the spot, but let's head to the playing hall, to the stage. Sven is announcing the final round.
And final round, and we are expecting a lot of fireworks today.
So, wir haben hier zwei Spitzenreiter mit Maxime Verscheler-Graf und Vincent Keimer. Hier zu meiner Rechten, von eurer zur Linken, die beide punktgleich sind und dicht gefolgt von einer großen Verfolgergruppe um Magnus Carlsen herum.
We have a direct encounter between the two leaders right here, Maxime Verscheler-Graf and Vincent Keimer, both on 7 out of 8, and there are a bunch of pursuers just half a point behind.
Aber es geht heute nicht nur um das Ticket zur nächsten Freestyle-Weltmeisterschaft 2027 in Weißenhaus, sondern auch um gleich 3 Tickets bei der Frauenweltmeisterschaft im Freestyle Chess. Deswegen haben wir die beste Dame, die aktuell im Feld ist, ihr Brett auch mit auf die Bühne genommen.
As we mentioned, on day 1, the winner of the Grenke Freestyle A Open is going to qualify to next year's World Championship in Weißenhaus, but also the top 3 women will qualify, and that's why you see Harika Dranavalli there. She is the leading woman at the moment in the field, and she's playing on the stage this afternoon.
So, und für die Auslosung der letzten Runde darf ich den Präsidenten des polnischen Schachverbandes, Großmeister Radosław Jedinak, auf die Bühne bitten. Herzlich willkommen.
I'm delighted to be joined this afternoon by Grandmaster Radosław Jedinak, the president of the Polish Chess Federation. And Radek, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
You have to wait until the... Okay, so the final position of this tournament is number 261. Did I see that correctly? Let me just double check. 261, 261, Stellung 261.
Ja, und bevor die Stellung hier oben zu sehen ist, beziehungsweise sie ist schon zu sehen, noch der Hinweis, dass eine Ergebnismeldung in der letzten Runde nur mit Uhr möglich ist, mit Ausnahme der Live-Übertragungsbretter. Bitte bei den Live-Übertragungsbrettern die Uhren stehen lassen, bei allen anderen Brettern bitte das Ergebnis immer nur mit Uhr melden.
Once you finish your games today, if you are not on a live board, please take the clock with you to the service point when you go and hand in your result. Only the boards that are not DGT live boards.
Dann warten wir noch kurz, bis alle Bretter an den Live-Übertragungsbrettern richtig aufgebaut sind. Da geht mein Auge wieder Richtung Ufuk. Dann wünschen wir uns eine spannende Finalrunde. Seid weiterhin fair zueinander. Viel Spaß, genießt es.
You may start your games. Good luck.
We have just seen the handshake by the players, and we have another new position, position number 261. Wow, what do we make of this position? We see the computer's evaluation has completely changed compared to the previous starting position. Yeah, the pluses are much lower. But when we look at this immediately, one thing we have to mention that there is this hanging pawn on a7, something we always like to highlight, so that if white plays a move like f4, which is the third choice of the computer, then the queen from g1 actually hits that pawn on a7, and black will have to deal with that question. Mikhail, I will ask you that. What is the first impression of this new position?
The bishops, they are well coordinated, and the bishops can be developed on their initial squares, but then you have to move them to connect the rooks, okay, to allow castling or but somehow they could, they're already stand side by side, so they could control a lot of important diagonals together.
Yeah, but it is so nice to hear this from you because you are such an experienced grandmaster and legendary grandmaster and so on, and because you haven't followed probably enough freestyle, you did not mention that bishop on d1 is the nightmare of all nightmares. If you ask Magnus Carlsen or any of the top players, they tell you that just this bishop d1 and bishop e1, those bishops, because actually when you make a move, they are not in the game, and you find very difficult place for them. So this is very good because we have many viewers who are, wondering what's going on and how to relate to these bishops. And I remember that, by the way, f4 has already happened in Magnus Carlsen's game against Aryan Chopra, hitting that pawn on a7. This is such a thematic kind of move. Luckily, I have been covering, with Judith together and Niklas Huschenbeth, the whole Grand Slam, last year's Grand Slam, and we have learned so much. Yeah, it was like crazy how we were fooled also each time.
Some people, I believe that some player learned it on their own skin, no?
Exactly. Of course, yeah. For us commentators, it's easy because we just lean back, we commentate, and we are learning. But for the players, clearly, that, for example, Aryan Chopra, now facing Magnus Carlsen, gets hit by f4. What does it mean to him? Yeah, because he immediately has to make a decision. Knight b6 or b6. One could argue that knight b6 is maybe the most natural move, but then you even have to think about some a4. But luckily after a4 you have a5, and that might be quite okay for you. But the problem can be often that after a move like knight b6, white occupies the center with e4. But then f5 is a contra with settling queen takes a2, so white also have to be careful.
So maybe it's normal to continue with, but if you play b3, then the knight is in trouble. So maybe b4. After b6, maybe b4 to have the time for knight b3 and bishop b2, and you reach some sort of coordination. I don't know about the nightmare bishop on d1. But,
well, I feel that actually black should play knight b6. My instinct tells me that I would like to get this knight a little bit out from the game, from the corner.
And then maybe a4.
Yeah, a4 and then a5 with black.
If a5, then but b3, then the knight is passive on
yes, it is a very tricky position. The players need to... wow, look at this. Sadi Charonyan, f4, knight b6, c4. It's always so nice to have the bird's eye view, because then and the temptation to go f4, yeah, because it hits the pawn on every single board. f4 has been played.
Now the question is whether the impact is so strong of the move f4. I was asking myself at this stage.
Yeah, but actually knight b6 c4 is a move that once you see it, you realize that this is extremely strong, because it hits the knight, because black is unable to, we will get the analysis board back up. So in fact, I don't like knight b6 anymore. I completely miss the move c4, because here we have the analysis board. We have to, and this is Aryan Chopra on our screen. The gentleman, it will be very interesting to see his kind of road, how reached this. Probably later on we'll be able to provide you this information. Look at this. If you play knight b6, and b6 played by Aryan Chopra, just at the moment when I was saying, like, it's a very big question, because when you play knight b6, then suddenly this c4 move is such a shocker, it's such a surprise. The pawn is hanging, but you are unable to take it, because queen takes a7 not wins the pawn, it wins the rook and the game on the spot.
And almost the bishop. No, the bishop can't be defended, but okay.
Yeah, that is already secondary, yeah.
But okay, he can play d6, no? After c4, like appears.
Yes, but after d6, then white will somehow protect this pawn. And
he doesn't need to do it yet.
Yet, yes, of course, he doesn't need to do it yet, but okay, he will eventually. But what I like about c4 is that it also limits black's queen, because black's idea was also to counter this tempo from white side with f4 with a timely f5.
And you can go b3, bishop b2, knight c2, d4, whereas black already has a knight on b6. He cannot consolidate c5 with b6. He had to go d6 to spend.
He cannot. I don't know exactly if b3 or d3. To me, to my eyes, actually d3 is maybe a little bit stronger, because who knows? I might have this kind of ideas, and this pawn will be an eternal problem. Yeah, it's like you will probably have to lose a tempo for another rook a8. It's very passive.
I'm not sure what the knight on f1 is doing.
There, for the moment, it stays there.
Yes.
It doesn't have to do anything. It's enough to know that if I have trouble with the knight on f1, it means black also has it. Yeah, this is kind of very often the mindset that don't try to correct immediately all your pieces because you don't have time for it. You have to prioritize that what do you do. Finally, let's maybe now head back to the bird's eye view because we have covered this knight b6 c4 episode, and to see who plays what. Vincent finally opted for b6, just like Aryan Chopra, but here the bad news is that actually Vincent might not only play against MVL, which is already tough enough, but he also, MVL can, for example, follow Magnus's shoes, so a very big challenge on Magnus and basically everyone who is playing with the black pieces. I even go as far as maybe this position is more dangerous for black than the previous one, despite the fact that the computer was giving bigger advantage there.
From a practical point of view, yes, it could be.
You remember Magnus came and he was saying that, but actually I had so much fun with the position because I saw that it's so incredibly rich, but here the richness might be completely one-sided. That's my first impression.
So to a beginner like me, you can promise that this will be not a boring round.
That's for sure. But actually, personally, knowing that Vincent is involved, I wouldn't mind at all a quiet affair, but the position already proves and shows that it will be wild. And one has to get ready for a very big battle. So maybe we can also quickly look at the 7 to 15th place, if we have the chance. Yeah. All right, so these gentlemen, I think they are all on 6 points. Hans Niemann actually managed to win that losing position against Shashi Kiran because he's up there with 6 points, playing against the Indian Grandmaster Kartikeyan. Abdusatov against Maxime Lagarde. Kamsky against Liang Avander. That's a clash of generation there. The young Liang Avander, who actually won the training match prior to the candidates against none other than Hikaru Nakamura. Mendonca, who was basically involved in this very last game, holding Nepo to a draw, plays against Kadric. And Bortnik Tabatabai. Okay, we will focus on the top games, who are still in contention for fighting for the first place.
An original structure in Mendonca Kadric. F3 and C3. He wants to build up a center with E4 and D4, or?
Yeah, probably. It is like always. Yeah, so nice to see that different type of player. Yeah, your characteristic. You play according to your personality. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Because I remember when I learned about Fischer chess, when Fischer returned to the chess world, and he was supported by his friend Eugenio Torre from Philippines. I thought it was logical because Torre was playing the Pirts against E4 in classical chess. And he played that kind of positions where the pawns don't get into contact too soon. So it was like each player plays his own game. Yes. And here, okay, it can happen the same.
Yes, but let's get the bird's eye view of the top boards so that we follow all the action. So what happened? MVL has played the move B4. So by now we can actually say that MVL took charge.
And Jopava also.
Yes, he's playing his own moves. And we see Levon Aronyan playing exactly the line that we discussed. And Vincent seems to be very unhappy. I feel like he's not happy at all. Look at the computer gives a 0.65 advantage immediately on move 2. But I understand that Vincent wanted to be more flexible. The Aronyan-Sadic game gives us the feeling what it means when you play knight b6 and then white gets this c4 d3 structure. Levon will enjoy himself. Vincent opts for f5.
Of course, you said earlier that okay, let the player win who deserves it most. Of course, we can think that Keimer is a very strong candidate because he missed. I understand that against Carlsen he also had a big advantage, And okay, he missed a clear win,
Yes.
a mate practically now. But you know, there is also the reverse, the boomerang effect. I mean, if you miss two such possibilities, it means that tendency is down. So he has to pull himself out of this tendency.
Yes.
To forget.
Yeah, to forget. Yeah, to forgive and to forget. Never easy for a player. I think the good news for him is that actually, according to the tournament standing point, it did not make such a huge difference if he won or he drew the first game, because MVL would be half a point behind.
Yes,
If
yes.
MVL beats him, then he overtakes him anyway. Yeah, this is kind of the storyline. And if he, for example, makes a draw and he shares, for example, with Magnus Carlsen, Magnus already qualified. So there are different angles. MVL should win in order to qualify.
So Magnus is not interesting for anybody except for Ariane, for his opponent.
Yes, exactly.
Magnus is or concours, yeah.
Well, if you don't care about money, yeah, because of course Magnus wants to cash in the 60,000 plus the glory that, yes, you know, I mounted a comeback despite all the difficulties.
Yes.
But I think MVL, knowing that he is now also extremely sharp, what a game he has won against Pranav in the morning. Yeah, that wild affair, basically the third move E5, that courageous move got rewarded.
And they were soon in time trouble, yes? At least White.
Yes,
White
was
on move 4.
White was in time trouble. Now, I can also reveal one very important inside information. By complete accident, I ran into one of the Asian restaurants in the town, quite far from the hotel, so I was in a horrible rush. I get there, and whom I see there sitting and already eating, it was Sarana. And I asked him, okay, Alexei, can I join you? Of course, yes. I sit with him, we talked about the game, and then I asked him that actually, how did you come up with this queen a3 check and this defense? And he told me, revealed the secret. I did not see it before, I did not see myself this queen a3 check. And when I saw queen a3 check, I saw that I'm saving the game. And this is exactly the point that we have seen both players after the game saying like, I cannot believe it ended in a draw, but they both believed each other. Yeah? And this is so often, if Sanana would have seen that queen a3 loses, Vincent would have sensed it. Yeah, but he played this queen a3 and queen d6 check with such a determination that, and with such a body language that, oof, I got lucky, I'm saving it. And Vincent got under this influence, he got completely shocked and took e takes f7 instantly. And Sadhana told me I did not see rook takes g5 at all. I revealed him I did not see it myself because I was in shock, but you have seen it.
No, I saw it in a flash. Somehow I was not even looking at the board. It was like somebody told me, some voice. It was like instinct. I said something with mate on f7, but I didn't visualize the variation. Just the idea was not to take the knight.
Yes. So yeah, so many things, so many small little nuances can influence the game because there is so much tension. Of course, if you are calm, if you are at home, or if this is some puzzle rush, then in 1 second you solve 10 positions like this. This is not...
First of all, you know that if
there is a solution.
There is a solution.
Yes.
And the solution is not a draw.
Exactly.
Not a slight advantage. The solution is a win.
Yeah, there are all these different things. But yeah, let's forget about the past. I just wanted to share you guys this very interesting story which kind of drove me even more crazy, but it explained the situation. Yeah, then I got clarity. Now Vincent plays knight g6. I feel that the reason why Vincent is rushing a little bit, which I don't like, but there is an explanation that I would like to give you the explanation, that he's not so happy with the position. Yeah? And he thinks like he's very afraid to think here 15, 20 minutes, because he might think that my position, even if I spend all the time, will not get any better. Mm-hmm. But first of all, I give my opponent the time to think in my time. Secondly, I give him the confidence that he knows that I'm not happy. And by trying to play quickly, we have seen the first 3 moves were played in less than 5 minutes, which honestly I have never seen from Vincent at all. So it can be also nervousness, being not happy about the starting position, but he's trying to make the most of it. He wants to get, for example, queen f7 and short castle in. At least the king should be safe if you already have some issues on the other side of the board.
My question is when will Vachier play e4, similarly to his e5 from the previous
E4,
game.
yes.
Because we are on move 3 or move 4, and he didn't play e4 yet.
Yeah, but he will not play e4 because now if you play e4, I'm not even touching any of these pawns. I close my eyes and continue with queen f7.
Queen f7, yes.
And I say, thank you very much, you exposed yourself too much.
That was what I was afraid of, yes.
Yeah. Yes, so I feel like White will try to control the knight, and Vincent will try to break out with e7, e5 to create counterplay.
And g4 is not possible either because of bishop b7.
Yeah, Vincent is ready kind of to potentially activate his bishop. Well,
but
honestly...
maybe Vincent will play e5 actually.
Yes.
Yes, you just showed it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even 100% sure that this is so bad, yeah, because one looks at the evil bar and one has the impression that Vincent is also not so happy. Maybe he's happy after all. This is a tempo move, hitting the pawn. One should say that Maxime was very ambitious by playing b4 and knight b3, and let's go back because even almost we saw everything, but we didn't see everything, and every small angle matters. So after f4, Vincent wanted to stay flexible b6. White plays b4, and this b4 is aimed very logically to place the knight on b3 behind the pawn, but also more importantly, I think, to stop black from going c5, after which black would maybe try to strategically dominate the knight on a1. That was the reason why White ambitiously plays b4, but now Vincent plays the move f5, hitting the pawn on a2, so invites White to take care of that pawn with knight b3, and now with knight g6, he tries to create counterplay immediately.
So except for one move each, meaning b6 and b4, all the other moves have attacked something, no?
Yes.
Or defended something.
Kind of.
Okay, or yes. So
and White still needs to react, yeah, to knight g6.
yes.
How good we are not playing against engines, yeah? Because, okay, you try to make sense of for yourself about the position, and then the engine tells you, I'm not impressed, and plays something very strong, yeah? It's so nice that humans face humans, and there is no interference and no preparation involved from engine, yeah? Imagine, you could consult here the computer for 1 second, and you see that, one of the moves is 0.40 or 0.50. Thank you very much. I'm very comfortable. That is the direction. And without that information, actually, you are wondering, what is the move? How do we protect this pawn? Do we play queen f2? Do we play d3? Do we play e3? And all these decisions actually have big consequences for the future.
Yes, because e3, if we play bishop h5, I don't feel the threat so much, because g4 is still not an issue.
Yes, g4 with black coming, queen f7, e5, and short castle very quickly, and also bishop b7 is ready,
This is why I said that maybe e3 and bishop h5, just to slow down e5,
E3, yes.
but I'm not sure about what I'm doing next.
Yeah, well, one question is, of course, already what
E5
happens
now.
if we play e5, another one if we just play queen f7, but yeah, let's try to be ambitious with e5 and try, the queen can maybe get immediately in one go to e6. If I would not know the evolution, I would think like this is very tricky position.
It should be. Okay, so bishop h5, if he goes.
Okay, but bishop h5, I'm not worried at all. Bishop h5, okay, I'm coming.
No,
I mean, I'm coming queen e6, I'm
Really,
getting ready for and I
really,
might
really.
think like I'm winning because White's king is kind of stuck in the center,
Yes,
yeah?
yes,
I'm the
yes.
one. So I don't like e3 at all, despite computer saying that after e3, e5, apparently there is still something, but this can be very dangerous. Queen f2 would be kind of a professional move in order that after e5, fe5, the f5 pawn is hanging, but after queen f2, I will play queen f7.
And queen and the knight somewhere now to get castled too. Knight
g3.
to play e4 or g4. What do you want to play?
Well, I don't want anything. I want with black to castle and then try to play e5 myself.
No, but white, where does he want to break? That's a
Yes,
question.
I don't know. I'm not even sure that white wants to break. White would like maybe to
Yes.
stabilize and to limit the options, because after all, he already grabbed space here. So here, white already has an advantage when he can somehow control the other
Maybe
side.
knight e3 and knight d4 next.
No, I cannot believe. Okay, knight e3, you
but-
step in front of this pawn. It's not moving. I once again castle.
No. C4 now. C4 to go bishop c2 as soon as possible, and then knight d4 maybe.
Yeah, but now already
by
e5.
e5, yes.
What about e5?
It's coming very quickly.
Yes, no. I mean, white has to be super
no.
careful. It's not simple, and that's why MVL is taking his time. And let's forget about the evil bar. Yeah, MVL has to find a very good move here, which kind of stops Black's idea, even at the cost that he maybe makes something stupid for himself. Look at this. Look at the way how he looks at the position.
What about g4 anyway?
G4 anyway.
Bishop b7, I take on f5. I don't know.
No, but I will not play bishop b7. Wait a second. G4, even already you give me this kind of square.
Almost mate, yeah.
Almost mate. So I would be even thinking about e5 contra, for example.
Yes, that's painful.
Yes, and the things are getting out of... No, basically, it once again shows the tremendous kind of experience and also the talent and feeling of Vincent, that he, instead of getting into panic, he immediately asks some question.
But it's strange that the engine is very satisfied with that position, because I see mainly problems. Yeah,
humanly you make two moves and you are clearly worse. Yeah, there is this tendency, and if you play against a computer, then you are clearly worse and you have zero chance. I'm myself in complete darkness that what's happening. Okay, one thing is a solid choice, kind of that queen f2, queen f7, and we put the knight on g3, but
and then bishop b2.
Yeah, well, but my problem with knight g3 is I don't feel that after knight g3 I can fight for advantage, or I'm fighting for advantage, but okay, let's put it here. Yeah, according to computer, this is the best.
You have an advantage on the queen side, so you can keep things symmetrical on the king
side. I can, and I should. But one of my questions was that can Black maybe try to...
But we also have h4. I mean, whatever you do, I can do.
Yeah, but if you play h4, then I will play e6, and I will be the one first targeting that pawn.
Because I spent the tempo on knight b3.
Yes. Yeah, so maybe after h5, then maybe somewhere e4 will be a question. Yeah, but there are so many crazy difficult questions. Yeah, like after h5, just to illustrate that if white blocks with the idea that I'm gonna go e3 and target, then Black can probably target this.
Symmetry doesn't work now.
And the symmetry is tricky.
Yes.
It is a tricky symmetry. So this is all very confusing, but I believe that queen f2, queen f7, knight g3 is kind of a solid choice. And another idea was after h5 to play e4, I believe. And this one felt very good for white. That was the reason why
takes, then we castle, yes?
Yeah, or take on h5.
Or take on h5. Already.
Yeah, fe bishop h5, it might be over.
Yes.
Yeah, so h5 I don't like. I just wanted to show that what kind of motifs are possible. Let's get the bird's eye view. Let's update everyone. First, the graphic. c4 was played in 16 games, but we have seen that the top 6 board all featured f4, only 13 games f4, but 6 from them on the top boards. d4, 15, and yeah, how many different? Yeah, but no, this is correct. Pardon me. Yes, there was some mistake here. This explains everything. Of course, f4.
Yes,
it is so tempting to hit that pawn and get a tempo.
Even a child
exactly.
would play f4.
Because, you know, whenever you encounter freestyle chess, Fischer random chess for the very first time, then automatically everybody speaks about this, that there are some positions where white can make a tempo move attacking something. Yeah, this is the automatic thing that everyone who little bit discusses freestyle at some point comes to terms, and then Black has to react, and you get an extra move to achieve some of your goals. And that's
maybe
why
he doesn't see it at the child's level. Maybe he doesn't see it, the threat. It's also this.
Yeah, there is a hope that maybe my opponent just mirrors, and thank you very much. And we see that there are so many other moves. So this was the position where maybe we have the most different first moves. But okay, c3, f3, d4, knight b3, b3. Okay, b3. Don't play b3 with knight on a1. I'm not sure about this. e4, b4, g3. Okay.
Okay,
we haven't had such a huge margin for any first move candidate so far, like here this f4.
Sarana played the Nimzo Larsen opening or Bird, combination of them. Now he has to transfer the knight to f3 somehow.
Yeah,
But I
that
don't
would be.
know how.
Yeah, or knight g3, knight h5. Yeah, this is also.
Yes,
then
yes,
you
yes,
don't
yes,
need to
yes.
transfer anywhere.
Anything,
Yeah,
anything, yeah, yeah.
it can just head to its final destination.
Yes.
That is possible. And let's see, for example, this is what I'm not liking. Carlsen Adrian Chopra has exactly the same position as MVL versus Vincent Keimer. And basically there is a chance that the players can get information from each other. This is always one of the nightmares. Yeah, in my mind, I would love to place the players with the same position immediately in different rooms. Yeah, that you continue from there. I remember there was a Grand Swiss tournament in 2019 Isle of Man, where next to each other, two games featured the same variation, and after like half an hour, the players complained to the arbiter, and they were removed from the playing hall, and they were placed in different places so that they can quietly continue their games.
There is the tragedy from the Argentinian tragedy in Göteborg. At the interzonal tournament, you know, when there are more players from one country, they are somehow, they have consecutive numbers. And it happened that 3 Soviets played against 3 Argentinians. The Soviets were Spassky, Geller, and Keres, I believe. And the Argentinians played a very provocative line in the knight, or bishop g5, e6, something with h6, g5, and knight fd7, very quickly. And the Soviets were thinking on this position. And Najdorf came to them and said, you know, you are all lost.
Yes, we are getting from Sotis that this was 1955. 1955.
Okay.
And then?
And then one of them, I think Spassky was the first of them who played bishop b5. They had analyzed it. But there was some trick with the move order, knight takes e6, and then bishop b5 and pre. And then you shouldn't hurry with the check on h5, castle first.
This and when knight takes e6, you sacrifice both pieces, and then, yes.
Bishop b5 pins the knight on d7.
Yes.
And yes, and after, I think Spassky was the first one, doesn't matter who it was. But the others, two Argentinians understood they misanalyzed. They were waiting a bit to see what happens, and they deviated, but they all lost.
Yes.
So no, but it's the same thing that they were influenced by the other game. But it didn't change the result. But
yes. Yeah, wow. Okay, Magnus is taking his time. Actually, Aryan Chopra plays like Vincent Keimer, very clever, very smart. The pressure is on Magnus. And also MVL is not playing yet, so we are not alone, not really understanding that what is the exact reaction here for white. It's not trivial, it's not easy at all. We can see that, for example, the Jobava Harika game is very similar, but there the bishop b2, bishop b7 moves had been included, and I don't know whom it will benefit.
But okay, now just making an obsession of the names, for instance, Magnus and Vincent, they could kind of cheat here. I mean, they'll just copy the moves from the other's opponent.
Yes.
So this is the way you can draw the match against Soviet Union. I mean, on 4 boards, you just... but of course, it doesn't match their interest, and of course, okay, they are out of such doubt. But just the possibility exists,
yes.
Let's say.
Here, basically, anyway, no matter who plays what, they don't know the evaluation. Yeah, they are not prepared.
No, but they could ensure 1-1 equal score.
Yes, okay, but here everybody is fighting for himself.
I know. No, the evaluation doesn't matter. You just have to make 1-1. That's the point. Even if you don't play chess. If you don't play chess, you can do that. I mean.
Yeah. Well, I know that Vincent usually always likes to go his own way. I have seen him, and I remember that players were playing good, everybody was playing good, and then he played something strange, and I told him, but okay, but why? Why not just to mirror? But no, but then it's no fun. I thought it's still possible what I'm doing, so he's even voluntarily often is ready to take risk in order to create a good game and to play according to his own personality.
But they are copying each other, because Carlsen and Vachier, they have a 1-0-7. It's very small difference of times. So they are doing what I was saying.
Yeah, well, and Aryan is actually following Vincent's footsteps.
Yes.
Because there was this f4, b6, and then MVL played b4, knight b3 faster, and then Vincent played f5, knight g6, And then, of course, Ari answered, but of course, yeah, this makes perfect sense.
Yes, yes, yes. It's almost identical, the evolution. Okay, half a minute of difference.
And then now Magnus is thinking like, I'm not playing against Ari, I'm playing against Vincent.
Yeah.
It's a crazy situation with so much at stake. That's why very often I don't like when there are so many same first moves. Yeah, Magnus is looking and he is not happy. And he knows that, no, but this is not good. He's waiting for Maxim to make a move. While he's thinking, and then probably would like to deviate as quickly as possible.
Yes, yes, yes. There is a bishop. Jobava also, look. The Jobava played bishop b.
That was before, because now Black just played knight g6. He plays queen f2. They are one step ahead.
Yeah.
But with the inclusion of bishop b2, bishop b7, which we don't know if it is forced or not, because for this e7, e5 kind of timely breakout, you never know. Maybe this is of a vital importance.
But the main thing is that on the king side, the position will be symmetrical after knight g3, queen f7. And on the queen side, white has some advantage. I mean, what is the knight doing on a8?
Yeah, knight on a8 is far away, so black basically has to rely on some counterplay faster in center.
Yeah, but it's symmetrical. So how do you... because he has an extra tempo in the center.
He has an extra tempo.
That's the difference.
Yes, so basically he has the chance to break first. But once the bishops are committed, bishop b2, bishop b7, then the break of going e5 is probably much less likely. Then who knows, maybe white can play queen f2, e3, keeping the knight on f1, and somewhere even maybe some rook g1, g4 idea can happen, or this h4, h5 idea comes to life. Bishop b2 played by MVL, finally have a move.
Well, the question is whether black can adopt a surgical solution to play c5. Because if bc, bc, queen c5, bishop bc, I don't say it now, right now, maybe after castling.
Yeah, because f5 is hanging.
No, but after castling, for instance.
Okay, but then you first have to play queen f7.
No, queen f7, knight g3,
yes.
short castle, and now c5.
No, but now already I'm also setting to take on f4, so I have to react to that, no? After queen f7.
Okay. Queen f2, let's say, queen f2.
Queen f2.
Bishop b7, knight g3, let's suppose it goes symmetrical. Black
okay, no, I would like to castle at least. I would then not go for symmetrical.
Okay,
yes.
knight g3, let's say.
You play knight g3.
And bishop b7 is a good move anyway, waiting for your castle.
I don't know, because I don't know how much of a threat is this knight h5. I might have to deal with this. This bishop b2 is a very clever kind of move.
So then bishop b7 first, because if knight h4, then knight h... it doesn't work.
I believe this bishop b2 is kind of a smart move. This is a smart move. It's apparently, according to computer, maybe not the best move, but it makes perfect sense that white postpones the decision what to do with the f4 pawn. Yeah, that let's just show that knight takes f4 doesn't seem to be a threat because of queen f2, and white will get the pawn back.
But then, okay, let's say queen f7, bishop b2, queen f7, queen f2, and maybe now c5, now that you lost the tempo with...
The romantic times, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to take.
I take, yes.
Well, at least we thought I have to take, but computer disagrees, crazy.
But okay, if he doesn't take, then at least I get a square for the knight.
And anyway, I want to illustrate your idea. Yeah, you felt like
yes.
Then you get tons of activity. This is probably an absolutely no-go territory for white.
And the knight comes out, knight c7, suddenly all the pieces...
Yeah, but maybe you will not even need it, yeah?
No,
How does white survive that couple of moves? So
and if you take with a knight, then you lose on a2, and it's quite painful.
Yes.
You lose more than a pawn.
So basically, this is also one motive that one has to pay attention. Can you play knight g3, ignore it, and just go?
Yeah, maybe. So
Can you?
Then bishop b7, or maybe even cb, why not cb?
Yeah, I'm just speculating, bluffing, yeah, that I feel like after knight h5, something I should have serious initiative.
Because of this, okay.
Yes, and another move was e4. Again, I was not sure. This also looks very tempting that...
No, cb, okay, so the impact of c5 is not so strong.
You don't have time to take cb, but it doesn't mean that after knight g3 you might not be able to do something good. But yeah, this knight h5 is kind of a very unpleasant idea.
Maybe I play knight h4 myself.
And breaking news.
Yes.
Magnus Carlsen waited for MVL to show his move. He played bishop b2 and then he played queen f2. We might actually get to the same position by transposition, but it was clear, it was obvious that Magnus wants to deviate as quickly as possible. So what is the live position? So after bishop b2, Vincent is thinking if he plays the move bishop b7, he transposes directly to Jobava Harika game. Bishop b7, queen f2. That is Joba Harika.
And they are also on the stage, I believe, no?
They are also on the stage, yeah, because Harika is probably the top female player.
Yes.
And would be lovely to get some information at some point, just so that we know more or less what's really going on in the ladies tournament, yeah, because they are playing their own tournament against different players. So basically, even you can get a luckier pairing or you can get a nightmarish pairing, yeah? For example, yeah, I would love to compare Harika's situation that she faces Jobava with black. She has how many points and who are her concurrents and what's going on. That would be fantastic. It, of course, requires quite some work and we don't know when we will have this information, but anytime when we will try to share it.
I see an interesting situation in Sarana, Duda. This bishop f3 after h5, bishop f3 makes sense because if black takes, then the g file opens, and okay, h5 counts as a weakness. Okay, the engine is not impressed, but okay, I just saw that.
It's a strategical decision.
Yes. Maybe black doesn't have to take, but.
And it is only connected with the pawn on h5.
Yes.
Because with pawn on h7, then you take, and then f6, queen f7, whatever, you have a very solid position.
Yes.
It seems to me like Aronyan has a lovely position.
Yes, black
many holes there.
Played some stonewall, but...
well, and this is some kind of a rate structure. You loved, no, these squares.
Yes. Oh, there is a game, Kasparov short. I mean, it was English versus Hedgehog. He played something like b3, cd, ed, e3, knight e2.
Yes.
Yeah, and black didn't have the e4 square.
Yes.
I mean, he had it for a while, but the opponent was in d2.
d2, yes.
So, but he's even worse, I think, no?
Yeah, this is bishop on d8. White also has this bishop already out on b3. The bishop might go to c3 onto the long diagonal.
And the knight on b6 is not such a good piece either.
Yeah, that was the consequence already of f4, knight b6. Yeah. Also, once again, I believe that Salic, who is famous for playing quite quickly, he might have fell into the trap that he thought that knight b6 is obligatory, and he missed this c4 move. You remember I mentioned immediately that I completely missed it, but once it's on the board, I feel that this is extremely strong, and it happened to Salic.
But Nepo got less out of the opening, even though it's completely crazy. I don't really recognize the structure.
Look at this, there is nothing on the light squares from black, yeah? Every single pawn move was on the dark squares. And
but okay, you said that Aronian has a lovely position. I think he's several moves away from that. It's simply that black's position is awful.
Yeah, black's position is awful, yes.
Aronian's position is great if you compare it with black's, but otherwise he still has to do some work with his pieces.
Okay, but the knight on c2 is already aiming at the d4 square.
The other knight, the question
Queen
is,
f2.
If the other knight could get to f3, then already... I mean, he still has to solve a bit the
yes, still has to. So in the meantime, I see that our dear producer Sotiris is working incredibly hard because there is some, that's what I expected, that it will be some crazy kind of tie between so many players. And the first information that we can already reveal that Harika, this was the very first question, she has 5.5 points. So she's leading, but she's not alone. Maria Muzichuk is also on 5.5 points. Yeah, so they are right now on the top placed situation, leading the standings. But then on 5 points, there are plenty of players impossible almost to list. It does not fit the screen. I can try to read out the names. Kamalidenova, most probably it is in a tiebreak order. I'm not sure, I'm just speculating it would be logical. Kamalidenova, Kostenyuk, Javakishvili, Nurman, Arabidze, Bivol, Wagner, Nadva, Stefanova, Kotenashvili, and Gaponenko, and yes, it is the tiebreak order. So can you imagine that finally there can be an incredible tie and somebody qualifies to the World Championship based on some mysterious tiebreak criteria?
On board, I don't know what.
Yes, this is exactly what I have foreseen when I heard that 3 ladies will qualify from here, that there can be some crazy tie. It can be.
There are 11 players with 5 points, yeah?
Yeah.
So 13 players in the cards.
Yes.
At least.
So I encourage everyone who wants to do the Sherlock Holmes can actually go to chess results and start checking who plays with whom, what are the chances, compare all scenarios. That's something for fanatics or for relatives.
Look, Harika played MVL's move, E5.
Wow, it is a sacrifice.
Apparently reasonably sound, apparently.
Yes, reasonably, but I don't even know who is sacrificing what, because after f takes e5, if bishop h4, I will be happily sacrificing the exchange myself with g3. Bishop takes h1, gh. That I'm doing with closed eyes, and I'm thinking I'm winning. So that shouldn't be the idea of Harika.
But if queen e6, then d4, and well.
But okay, we will take a closer look. Let's just, here is Badur Jobava in action. Yeah, let's bring that game up, because everything else is kind of a slow affair. Vincent is not taking his time after bishop b2. In my mind, it is a very strong move. It's a very smart move. Probably it's very even by evaluation with queen f2, but just the fact that the 2 games are now separated already gives me good feelings.
They can always meet again.
They can. Yes. That is the danger. So what are we dealing with? So the last moves had been the move order. Okay, so the same. Vincent opted for knight g6. Harika first started bishop b7, bishop b2, and knight g6 here. Queen f2 played, and e5. We should mention that basically Badur Jobava is anyway one of the most creative players out there, and he was also very famous for playing 1b3. Yeah, he likes this bishop on the long diagonal, so he should feel kind of happy about this.
But now it became concrete.
Yes, concrete. So let me grab it. Let me see what
you said looks promising for white. Bishop h4, g3.
Yes, let's just illustrate that. Basically, I'm absolutely not afraid. I'm welcoming with open arms.
But maybe she moves away with the bishop. I don't know.
Okay, but where? Then you're also losing time.
e7, rook g1, queen e6, but d4 and d6 maybe. Queen e6, let's say.
But it steps into knight d4. You can take on a2. That was very lucky. I'm not sure that it was planned.
No.
Yes, I know.
It was lucky.
Yes, because I was also like, wow, I can play now. Ah, no, I cannot. Okay, what to do here?
Maybe a3. But knight d4 still not a threat, yeah?
Still not a threat, yes. I don't want to play d4, yeah, that is my instinct.
I want to get castled and play f4.
Yeah, of course, you want to rely on your quick development.
Yes, and maybe even take on e5.
Yeah, at the right time.
Yes.
Yes. Interesting. So white has a very strong move
the
here.
engine doesn't really
like it. Interesting. Okay, I will just put d4. No, but d4, the bishop pawn is hanging anyway.
Yes,
d4 is a move that even if it would not be hanging.
Actually, after d4, I was thinking d6.
Yeah, just to.
But bishop b4 is better, of course.
Yes, just to enjoy. Badur is about to make a move, and he says, "Thank you very much. I'm not interested in any of these complications. let me just play a small little, I guess, e3 move. Yeah, that was the other kind of stuff with the idea of going knight g3 and castles. And let's just play normal chess.
And the position, if e takes f4, the position will be still symmetrical on the king side. And on the queen side, white will be better. So that's something white tries to do.
Yeah, also if black takes too early on f4, then maybe this knight can head to e3.
Yes, also, yeah.
But, okay, basically it means that after bishop g3, Badur wants to play knight g3. So most probably he already put that knight in his mind on g3 and he wants to castle as quickly as possible. And use the fact that this knight, once we get this ef4, ef4 structure, then basically white plays with an extra piece.
Yes, that's what I don't like in black's position.
That is a big danger, and this is also what Vincent is faced with, that what to do now after bishop b2. Let's head back to that moment. Yeah, Vincent is taking time after bishop b2 just to compare the situation, so that even if black breaks out with e5, it's not a given that this changes the structure so much. Since we have no other action, let's go back to Harika. How will she react to this? Not easy. But let's try to find some direction. Is queen e6 a move? Yeah, because that was like one of the original ideas that we had. It always steps into knight d4, but luckily we know that knight d4 is still met by queen a2.
Winning, a lot of a rook probably, no? At least a bishop.
Yeah, so this is Badur thinking about, can he, because there is this line, for example, fe, knight takes e5, knight d4, but I don't know, you capture back on, and probably it is not Badur's idea, I did not take fe before.
But if fe, then I can go bishop.
You can do so many things which all need to be calculated. And you can also just maybe make a neutral little move, bishop e2.
I was thinking about bishop e2 actually, yes.
And even your very first instinct back then with bishop h5
even this
comes to life, because now there is pressure on e5 pawn, but then after ef you have to capture with the queen on f4. And I'm also not sure you want to do that, yeah. Okay, millions of questions. But queen e6 looks like a tempting move. If already we played e5, we would like to get supporting this e5 move with a queen.
Yes.
Fascinating stuff.
Yeah, white has to stabilize the position. As long as the knight is on a8, he can...
yeah, if white can stabilize the position, yeah, that's why black has to be very energetic, and it is kind of counterintuitive. Yeah, it looks like white plays with white, so how come that black is the one who is trying to create the mess? But actually, because of this knight...
he's a piece down, but he has an extra tempo.
Yes.
Something like that.
Exactly. In long terms, he's piece done in the middle game, because that knight can only after some d6, c5, reach c7, and then we say, wow, that's fantastic, but that is kind of dreaming. I don't even think that you can dream so deeply, yeah, because against any d6, you know that white can play b5 and fixes that structure, yeah, it's not moving anywhere. Interesting. Do you have a move that your heart would like to play with white after queen e6?
Okay, now I was thinking that bishop e2 looks solid.
Bishop e2, yeah.
That was my while you suggested it, bishop e2, then bishop h5.
Yes. So okay, now bishop e2, I castle, yes.
And knight g3.
And knight g3. Yeah, this I think fits very much Badur's kind of concept. But once you played knight to g3, maybe somewhere knight h4 can happen. I don't know. I also don't know if I should take first on f4 or not. Is there a difference if takes? But I'm giving up the d4 square, but just to highlight that, for example, takes knight h4, computer hates it because probably this d4 square is super important. So let me play knight h4 immediately. Is that a move? No. Here I was afraid to give the center pawn. For example, even bishop e5, knight g2, king d1 or king f1 can be very good for white. And then rook g1 coming.
Yes, that makes sense.
I was even not sure king d1 or king f1 both look very promising.
He's happier with king d1, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so this bishop e2,
because
knight
now-
g3 is a solid way.
Because now knight d4 may be a threat because the king can
Once
defend.
king d1, yeah, you
Yes,
are
yes,
coming
yes.
to with king to c1. Why computer thinks that this is suddenly now more or less acceptable for black? Huh. How come this is now suddenly more or less acceptable?
c5 doesn't look so right now.
Yeah,
Does it?
now it feels strange, but who knows if you have time, because after all, queen takes a2, I have castles. Okay, at least we can try. We are not losing anything out. This is our advantage that, okay, c5,
It's not that bad.
not that bad. No, of course, it has a spirit. If it would be bad, I would highlight that we are just showing it for instructive
yes.
purposes. But there is a
let's
sword.
check BC.
Yeah, but BC, and knight takes c5, queen takes a2, now you have the castle. This is a big difference, yeah, that you can castle.
So then maybe e takes f4. Or maybe that should have happened earlier. No, e takes f4.
It takes a, but now I'm very scared. Now I'm extremely scared because there is a pin here, there is something
But I want to
going
go
on
bishop,
here.
bishop b6.
You want bishop b6, yeah.
That was my idea. Maybe I should have taken earlier on f4, I don't know. Because now if he takes on f4, just check if he takes on f4 now.
Then bishop b6.
Yes, okay, so maybe he should have taken, but not this.
No, because queen d4 is a big problem.
yes,
Yeah,
I
also
thought-
because of this bishop c4. I don't know. There are millions of problems why I'm not sure about this. Yeah, it is too complex. I don't think that there is any human who can.
After bishop e2, of course, it's tricky if some bishop c4 is coming.
Yes.
So bishop e2 maybe not a bad move.
No, it's. I think this is Badur's spirit.
Yes.
Yeah, he just wants to play this because he sees that there is nothing black can do, and he's not getting into any crazy adventure.
It was played, no?
No, e3 was played.
E3 was played. This is our analysis. Okay,
And
okay.
Harika is thinking, yes, this is the live position. Yeah, always this small on the
Yes.
right side of the screen is the analyze. I mean the live position, and the big screen is our analyzing board. Wow. There is so much to think about. Can you imagine if this position would have been reached in a 15 minutes freestyle game? It is impossible to navigate.
They would lose all already. They would.
Yes,
have
and
all lost.
actually black would have been under tremendous pressure because
Yes,
white's moves were so much more easier. But then one could argue that after knight g6, white had a very tough choice. Maybe we can also get the bird's eye view to see if are there any developments on other boards. So Vincent also opted for bishop b7, queen f2 played. Vincent is taking his time, and Magnus went for h4. Yeah, he used this chance. So Aryan Chopra is alone. Yeah, he has to fight against Magnus Carlsen on his own, which he expected from the beginning. Yeah, only the circumstances, he had nothing to do with this. That he was suddenly in the mix probably disturbed him, distracted him as well. So there is a game. That's good news. That is good news for all of us. And what about this Nyepo Pranav game? I just want to go there for a second because,
Just let me tell you that Aronian's position is beautiful now.
well, okay, but I have foreseen it that
Yes.
that will happen. It's just a question of time when it will happen. But Nyepo against Pranav, the two players who were maybe the biggest losers of the previous round. It is very unfortunate. Nyepo clearly coming here to Grenke after winning Aeroflot that, yes, I want to get that ticket to next year's World Championship. He was very clear, he was playing extremely well. He was very close of taking down Mendonça. Yeah, we have seen that game. Nepo was clearly better throughout the game. He had a much better time management, he had a lot of time on the clock, and then Mendonça, by a miracle, escaped. And Pranav, who had been half a point behind Vincent Keimer, being one of the three or four players behind Vincent, had this crazy game against MVL. Yeah, had he have won it, he would have faced now Vincent with the white pieces probably, and would have a chance to play for the title. Instead of this, he lost that heartbreaking, crazy, sharp position. And what is his reward? To get another black. No, not another black, but black against Nepo. He was white there in that game.
Yes.
So it is just crazy that one small thing changes and basically doesn't change you anything. You get a very strong opponent, but you have less points.
Yes, but okay, let's say we cannot consider him unlucky because the position was
out of control.
Out of control, and
Yes.
okay, and Vachier Maxime played
Brilliant
played better.
game.
Played better.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, it's always painful when the opponent plays better, but it's better than when you do it.
Exactly.
Yourself, yes.
It is so much more better, yeah, than
Yeah, I mean, what can he do?
you can come to terms with. And I just want to highlight, look at this bishop, which is buried by all the dark square pawns.
Bad bishops defend good pawns, Mihai Shuba used to say.
Yes, okay, clearly Nepo has a nice position. Actually, Nepo got lucky with the pairings because he had white in the morning and he had black, he got white in the afternoon. And then probably Nepo would say, come on guys, I had enough blacks throughout the tournament. Yeah, everybody has his own story. This is not such a critical game for us. I just wanted to tell this, that, what it means to play this tournament. And Pranav had the chance to fight for tournament victory, lost and plays against Nepo, and probably Nepo feels the same, that if had I won, I would be fighting for the title as well, but it's not the case anymore. So title on the line, Magnus Carlsen against Aryan Chopra. Now we have this h4, h5 inclusion. There is something to talk about. This is a fresh position.
Oh, Sarana, now they both have pawns on their fourth rank and double pawns on the F.
Wow, but this almost feels like Sadhana decided to shut the game down and go for a draw and secure a very good prize.
But please develop the knights first and then...
Yes, okay, you will take care of it, but basically he determined the structure.
Yes.
And he determined the direction of the game, and Duda also takes on g1, he will go knight g6. And it would be very surprising if this game would not end in a draw.
Yeah, it's pretty symmetrical.
But in every other game, we have tremendous tension. So what about this Magnus's h4, h5 inclusion? Because it's different. White has not committed the knight to g3 yet, so white is very flexible.
But from what we see, okay, Sarana with Duda stands apart, but it's not so interesting. But Aronian with Saric, you cannot guess that it was the same position.
Same starting position.
Yeah, the same starting position. It's
yeah, this is a dream come true for Levon, of course. Like a true master, he brings the knight to f3, the other knight from e3 will go to c2.
He'll go bishop c3 probably also.
You change the darks where bishops,
yes.
It is total nightmare. But okay, so we see that e5 took courage and time for Harika to be ready to sacrifice the pawn, and then suddenly e3 comes and she's confronted with another very tough decision. How do I continue? Magnus Carlsen, down to 54 minutes. It just shows how complex and difficult this position is.
Well, he wasted part of them by waiting for MVL to move, if that was his intention.
To deviate, but during that time he was heavily thinking, yeah? So
yes.
Maybe he would have anyway played the way he played. Engine is very happy for white. But one thing is that Engine happy, how will Magnus make himself happy? That's the question.
And his fans.
Yes. So, for example, now e3 would be a very thematic kind of move, yeah? Eyeing the pawn on h5, yeah? And the move e3 had been played. It was a typical natural move.
But then e6 or e5?
Yes, well, e5, I feel that now this f5 pawn is vulnerable. I can maybe just take fe.
Yeah, nothing. And the bishop defends.
And draw a grid in Sadana Duda. Yeah, there was nothing to play for. Wait a second, what does it mean? Because both this gentleman had 6.5 points.
They will not win the tournament.
Well, if they win, they could have tied potentially.
Yes, but now they don't win the tournament.
They don't win the tournament, but they finish on 7 points, and that will guarantee very good prize.
Yes, yes.
That will guarantee. Basically, in this regard, it also makes perfect sense because you feel like between risking to speculate that it is not even in your hands to win the title, but if you lose the game, you are basically going home empty-handed after playing such a brilliant tournament, giving all your efforts, and like this maybe guaranteeing 10,000 or maybe more euro prize fund. That basically is understandable. And Duda had nothing to do with it because he was playing with the black pieces, so he was very happy that he kind of managed to, he was the only one who solved his problems.
Yes, it's true.
But he solved the problems because Sanna was also not playing that critically, because he had the safety first approach.
Yes.
And Vincent plays a move. Wow, he activated the queen. He made a long move with the queen. Queen to d5. What is this queen d5 move? Well, if it's good, it's kind of crazy because it's a shocker. I haven't seen it coming at all. And Vincent made it with such a determination, like, wait a second, I have this surprise for you.
He's an elegant presence, so okay.
Yes.
I mean, sporty, tall. I mean, of course, his moves will give that impression. No, I mean.
Yeah, but still, this queen d5 is an absolute shocker because it steps into knight e3.
And it's also a long move. It suits his.
Yes, but it steps into knight e3 tempo. Yeah,
but queen e4 then.
I understand, but from this perspective, yeah, it steps into, I don't think that, for example, MVL maybe did not even have it as a candidate move, this queen d5. We haven't seen it at all, and we have been speculating about these positions.
No, of course, there could be compensation. I mean, knight e3, queen e4, short castle, queen takes b4, but bishop takes g7. Of course, there are... But bishop g7 is probably nothing. Rook g8, and then.
Well, we can actually bring up the analysis board and try to speculate, because this is a shocker. Let me just put it back and make the move one more time. Queen g8 to d5. So leaving the pawn behind, that is absolutely taboo, because bishop g7, rook g8. It's clear that all the action is lining up against the g2 pawn, so that is not an interesting move. But the move knight e3 seems like the very first candidate, and then queen e4 seems to be the response, and then targeting the f4 pawn.
You should castle probably.
I think we have to forget about b4 pawn because that is not relevant. You castle, yes. And then what is the follow-up?
And you should probably take the pawn, because otherwise what did you achieve?
Yeah, but then f5 pawn is hanging. No, I don't think that...
It's hanging,
Yes, no, I don't think that I can take. So basically, I need here a super move.
Because, yeah, I mean...
I need a super move, because if I castle, then I don't think I have time to castle. Then the queen will be kind of trapped. Or not, I saw like maybe even knight d4, d3 is coming.
D4, yes.
It looked very dangerous, but computer does not say that this is bad. I'm very surprised. Okay, why not knight d4?
Maybe e5.
Or c5. Your c5 favorite c5?
My c5, yeah.
What about your favorite c5? Not good now. Not good now. Why not? Actually, I don't really get it, because I'm counting on some d3 queen takes f4, and
yes.
Okay, I understand I'm worse, but okay, if I'm already worse, it's not good. So yeah, I think white can play bc. I don't know if you should include or not. Yeah, I think d3 is better, not to bother at all who will benefit from this. And queen f4 takes, seems to be ending in a bad end game. Maybe not look f4.
Knight d takes f5.
Yeah,
no?
because the pawn on e2 is protected by the bishop, of
for
course.
Some reasons.
Then we are just winning on the spot, yeah.
It looks very promising, no?
Yeah,
Knight
okay.
e6.
Yeah, but okay, this is
better development.
even bishop g7 is possible after knight
yes,
e6,
yes,
yeah?
yes,
Just to show this tactical shot.
Not even, but it's just possible.
Yeah, but okay, the whole position is falling apart for black, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just for, and it's checkmate with rook, checkmate with rook takes f8. So, what is Vincent intending after? Really, is he intending after castles? Because this feels very shaky.
So knight d4, maybe e5, no?
Knight d4, e5, yeah. Okay, but this e5...
Now there is a threat of bishop h4.
Yes, I was thinking about e5, but I was not... Somehow I couldn't believe that it should work out. Maybe it works out, but... I don't know, I was skeptical. For example, even here, can I play d3? I don't know, this queen drives me crazy here. For example,
Queen takes
d3,
f4.
queen takes f4, and then, okay, basically similar stuff like in the previous line, or I take immediately on f5.
Okay, but it's better, black's defense is better, so...
Okay, the other one was losing.
Yes,
the
yes,
other
yes.
one we analyzed only for the spectators.
Yeah, but all in all, okay, white is better developed, and the knight is on a8.
Yeah, the knight is on 8. Clearly the bishop is also here, but this bishop can very quickly be activated.
Yeah, for instance, c4, bishop b3 would be very nice.
Yes, now the only
c5.
question is that what do we do? Do we take immediately and maybe keep the queens on the board? It is kind of tempting.
Yes, I thought I would not, I would play like this, I would not exchange.
White is better, but then wait a second. What is Vincent up to here? Because knight is such a tempting move.
No, I must agree that queen d5 doesn't look so logical. I mean, it's very provocative.
Okay, he spent almost 20 minutes on it, yeah? So
No, concretely it may be good, but if you ask my opinion just like this, while moving a few times with the queen, with incomplete development.
I think our opinion was already made by simply not mentioning this move because we did not even see it coming.
Yes.
It did not come natural at all. I did not even see this square for this queen. But okay, Vincent in such an important game would not be playing a move like this, such a committal move, unless he more or less sees that this is playable. Yeah, so MVL will play knight e3. There is just no way you don't go knight e3.
Yeah, he should, I think. I mean, you don't go
And
G1.
then queen e4 and castles. Yeah, this is the position.
And then e5 maybe.
And e5 immediately with the king in the center. But I cannot believe in this.
No, it was not e5, it was a short castle.
Anyway, you can always play this D3 business in the worst case, queen f4, knight f5.
But short castle, that was our variation.
Yeah, our variation was short castle, but it was
and
also
you wanted
not...
to play knight d4.
Yeah, it was also not such a fantastic variation.
And maybe there is something better than knight d4.
Yeah, maybe, but we also haven't seen here. Can you take on f, but it does not seem to matter so much.
You lose a pawn if you take everything and e5, then I take on f5 with the rook.
Yes, I cannot. No,
And,
but this position drives me crazy. Like, what is black's idea? Can you take knight f4? No, queen f4, e5, I thought like, but then you just trade. Yeah, I'm already hallucinating. Yeah, this is what it makes with you when you spend 5 days doing the commentary 10 hours a day. So, MVL played a move.
We have a move, yes.
He made a move, and it was, I think, not knight e3. He played the move e3. Wow. Wow. Actually, I would love to ask Dan Sotiris, because we are not using engine, that what was the line after knight e3? Because we analyzed, we did not understand, and then we are confusing our dear audience, and after that, we focus completely on the game. So the question was that after knight e3, queen e4, short castle, what was the justification? Why was computer thinking that, for example, after short castle from black, knight d4 is not the best? What would have been white's best? And after knight d4, what is black's move? Because it is very confusing. I have never ever in my life saw a queen like this. This is just impossible. Yeah, so knight e3, queen e4, castles, castles, knight d4. That is the very first question. What? Simply e6.
I had it in my mind.
Yeah, of course I had it, but okay, with queen on e4 trapped.
If d3,
yeah, then
what?
takes and bishop g5 or something. Oops, and then after e6, d3, then computer really thinks that this queen takes f4.
This is...
Takes, and then bishop g5.
I had it in my mind, but I didn't see bishop g5 coming.
Yeah, okay. And this is when computer gives you the confirmation. Fantastic, and then
the
why?
threat is e5. After g3, there is f5.
There is e5, yes, and the bishops are too
yes.
powerful. Wow, okay, fantastic. And why computer thought that this is still okay for white, but not to play knight d4, but something else? What was this something else move?
d3 or b5 or d4?
This is a big question, like, okay, just any of the normal moves. Don't try to trap the queen, that is all. So this knight d4, e6, super important. All right, we have covered it. We are going back. We also have live action. After e3, Vincent took on g2. He felt like, okay, I would like to liquidate. Takes, rook g1. Logical. And now it is a, well, big question, at the same time not so big. I don't think that we can afford to give up the bishop on f1, even though we are winning a pawn, but my intuition says that white will have some tremendous compensation.
Yes. Oh, there will be bishop h5 anyway.
Yeah, I would fall back to all the way to b7 or to d5, maybe to d5. Can we fall back to d5?
So now, how is it h4?
Aggressive move.
Can he play?
Well,
Like
h4,
this.
no, this somehow shocks me because I
You
can
have
just
to-
play e6. No, I cannot play e6. I was counting on h5, bishop h4, check, and where are you going? But apparently this is very good for you. Interesting.
And even king e2 maybe, no?
And then you will push h6 probably.
Yes.
Kind of
But-
funny. I don't know, knight g3 or king a, both are
Yeah.
possible. Maybe even knight g3,
Yes, maybe
if you can.
it's even better, yeah.
Yes.
But my question is, what
Okay.
about knight takes h4? That was,
Yeah.
I was not
And
sure
Vincent
about.
wanted to make a move. He falls back.
Okay.
He falls back to d5. And yeah, of course, this e6 bishop h4 was very tempting to check for a second, but it heavily backfired. White has also a lot of possibilities. Okay, takes on g7, knight g3, and h4. Yeah, those three moves are kind of the tempting moves. And after h4, you said, what happens if you just take it? Yeah. But takes, I was very
takes
afraid.
G7, yes, I have some attack. Bishop h5 is coming.
You wanted to checkmate me.
Knight g3, things like that.
Yeah, this I did not like at all. I did not like
thought
at all.
there is compensation, yes. But then what to do?
What to do? Yeah, h4 is actually a very energetic move.
So there is no immediate refutation. For some reasons, it doesn't offer an advantage. Maybe rook g8, I don't know.
No, can I play e5?
Aha, e5.
Can I play e5? Yeah, I think this is the move.
This is probably the move, yes.
I think this is the move, yeah. Once you start to think and you see that...
An attack on the wing should always be answered with
yes,
an attack
and one of my key points, I think, is that the same variation after h5, bishop h4 check, knight g3, I have this e takes f4 intermezzo,
yes,
and my knight is alive.
But I have to go king e2, and
yeah, you have to go, but okay, then it's just a mess. Yeah, then already things out of control. So, okay, h4 is...
But how is the position actually? Because, okay, it didn't finish here. King e2.
King e2, yeah, okay.
What is... I mean, I would take on e5.
Well, but it means that after e takes f4, you are willing to go for ag, f3 check, king d3, yeah, for this king walk. And
you think that is the pawn?
I don't think anything. I'm just saying that you have good nerves. And f2. Yes.
F2 traps the queen.
I'm just saying that you have very good nerves that you are letting this happen.
So hg, let's check.
f3 check.
So this is not working. King there and f2.
Yeah, I can even include this check so that you go on dark square and then f2 and I'm winning the game.
And the rook is okay.
It is just feeling like, okay, no, white is playing with fire. This shouldn't be tried. And in such a high-stake game, MVL, of course, spots in 1 second h4, e5, yeah? He played e5 in a much more difficult circumstance in the previous game. He will look for a tiny little edge where he can squeeze the position. Very intensive battle, and also I feel it's played on a very high level. Yeah, this queen d5 that Vincent came up with, queen d5, just shows once again his open-mindedness for...
Yes, because of course, according to the principles, not everybody would play it.
Of course, okay, queen d5 and then this queen on e4 is kind of stuck there and it's not trapped, then you can afford in a critical game like this, you miss something and you design on the spot.
Yes, like for instance, he saw this idea with e6.
Yes, the e6, yeah, exactly.
e6, d3, queen f4.
Yes.
I didn't see bishop g5. I mean, I
super impressive.
I had it in like this and it discarded because I didn't see it.
Yeah, so maybe we can get the bird's eye view just to see what did Magnus do. Okay, so nothing extraordinary happened there. Magnus is making his improving moves and he's just enjoying the position. Yeah, he just says like, yes, I have a weakness on h4, but so do you. And you have already committed the knight to g6, which means that you can never castle due to bishop takes h5, and I just play a game on all fronts now. Yeah, he starts with c4.
So probably he has to go d3, knight d2, knight f3. Because he cannot play knight g3 or knight h2.
Yes, he can, but okay, he just grabs space for the moment, yeah? He just grabs the space, and Harika did play the move queen e6, and Joao find nothing better than to go bishop h5 that we speculated. I was mentioning that maybe it is time for your move, but actually, computer doesn't like it so much for white. Harika, okay, if she wins the game, then she's guaranteed the qualification. I believe she also has fantastic tie break, so if she makes a draw, I'm pretty sure she's in. Yeah, there is no way, no matter how many players are catching her, because she has beaten, I mean, maybe not beaten, but she has drawn with Parham Maksodlu, she has drawn with many very strong players. Levon Aronyan yesterday.
Even if she lost with them, I mean, it still adds to the Buchholz.
Yes, yeah, but then, okay, there were too many players with 5 points, they can overtake her. That is a very tricky situation. And okay, if she has already reached all the way here, then I think everybody roots for her.
She had very strong opponents.
Very strong opponents. After all, we would like Badur to achieve something big, but they are already only on 5.5 points. Yeah, so yes, with 6.5, Badur would take a prize, but it's not like he will be in the top 5 or top 6. Yeah, he's not fighting for this.
It will not change his life.
Yeah, probably would not change his life. But of course, already in a prestigious tournament like this, getting a good placement, it's already a big achievement.
Finishing with, if you win the last game, it's always pleasant.
Always
especially
very
if
pleasant.
you even get a prize.
Yes, you get a prize, then you feel like it was worth it.
Yes.
How much energy I invested for the tournament, I played well, and I got the reward.
Just look at the king side in Nepomniachtchi Pranav. Does it ring a bell?
Yes, it is. It is almost like Vincent against Stadana, and it's looking very promising for white.
Yes, it's easier to understand that this is a big advantage, no?
What? Vasily Graf Kaimer, bishop takes g7, draw, agreed. Let's go there. Do we still catch them? Yeah, they are discussing. Wow, so MVL got affected by queen d5 from Vincent. And he did not believe. But actually, why is he not trying something in this endgame?
No, but maybe he was happy with the fact that he won in the morning. And
of course he won, but he wanted to win.
But maybe he said, okay, we play, and if anything, I can make a draw. So,
yes, anything. But here, I think that this queen d5 move put tremendous efforts. And
yes.
this is breaking news, because Vincent had, I think, 43 tie-break points. MVL had 41. Yes, so Vincent had 2 points advantage. We don't know what will happen. That's kind of a narrow margin. Magnus was 45.5. But Magnus actually is not a problem for Vincent. If suddenly Magnus overtakes him, then Vincent takes the spot. And Stadana, who already drew his game, was 44.5. I deliberately checked. I wanted to know the situation. And this actually gives some safety net for Vincent, that maybe the draw will be enough for qualification. And then it surprises me, because MVL is a mathematician. For sure, he had checked the tie breaks before.
Yes.
And he was willing to agree to a draw like this.
But maybe he had this 25%, let's try to win, and the other 75%, well, a draw is not bad at all.
Yes.
And, well, his game in the morning, I mean, I remember how tired I was, and probably you.
Of course.
Okay, we had 3 or 4 such crazy games, but imagine he played it.
He had a very intensive game.
He played it.
I would like to highlight that not just queen d5 was, I believe, a key move, that the bishop returned to d5. Seemingly, this is a very small kind of nuance, but I'm pretty sure that this had an effect on MVL, because after bishop g7, rook g8, the bishop falls back, for example, to b2. He might have seen that I'm unable to push c4, and then black will get the e6, b5, knight b6 setup, and then black is very solid, solving the problem with the knight. I'm pretty sure.
Symmetrical position.
If somebody tells him that actually, according to engine, you can play this position because it's like 0.40, 0.50, of course, this is not a super engine. We don't know how a super engine would be thinking.
Of course.
But then he would have maybe been interested to make some more moves, but like this, he did not believe. He lost his belief.
Yeah, after queen I mean, those 25%, let's play for a win, disappeared after queen d5.
Yes, and we have to come back to this moment, because this is basically the move of the round so far had been queen d5. Because this queen d5 disbalanced the MVL. I think he was in state of shock, like, how on earth is this move possible? That this knight is, let's just get one more time this on our boards, because castles, knight d4, that this queen is not trapped, and this is not losing for black. This is like completely shocking. And then you suddenly realize that, wait a second, against whom am I playing? Someone who finds idea like this. Yeah, you automatically get affected by this. You are anyway tired. Okay, I'm very satisfied. I'm sharing first place. I will win, I don't know, 40,000 euro. If we are sharing the, I don't know exactly the other, it was 60,000 the first. But definitely, he's guaranteeing some around 40,000 euro for himself.
It is funny what you said, that against whom I'm playing, against a guy who found these moves. And okay.
Okay, guys, you will be very happy, because none other than these two extraordinary gentlemen will explain you all the finesses, the effect that this queen d5 shocker that affected me completely. I mean, it changed my life, because I have never seen something like this, that the queen can go voluntarily to e4 and it does not get punished. and finding this idea already deserves a lot of praise. And then I already revealed that we will have even 2 guests together. Should I already? Okay, yeah. Let's go on for a short break. We have to set up the whole studio anew because we will be joined by Maxim Vachier-Graf and Vincent Keimer. Don't go anywhere. We will be shortly back. Welcome back, everyone. What a day it is, what a moment it is. I'm in the middle, and on my right is Vincent Keimer. On my left is Maxim Vachier-Graf, who just finished their game, which means that they are tying first place. That's already guaranteed. And then the big question is, who will catch up to them? Will someone catch up to them? Please, guys, okay, Vincent, you played the move Queen D5, so you get the honor to first tell your story, that what happened at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the game went badly before it even started. I think the starting position is one of the clearly more dangerous ones for black. And after f4, like, my only feeling is that knight b6 has to be bad, because, I mean, this knight will always be misplaced, some c4, b3 will be coming, and, you know, this a7 pawn will remain weak. So, usually I would have spent quite a bit of time to figure out what to play, since this is a difficult position, but here I just felt I have no option, and I was very worried about c4, actually. And f5, d3. That was kind of annoying me, because now I don't get this quick counterplay with knight g6, and whenever I go c5, there will still be b4. So here, I mean, again, maybe it's not so bad, but it does feel unpleasant. b4, knight b3 is possible.
So just a second, let me ask Maxim, what were your feelings, what went through your mind after f4, b6? Can you get back to that, f4, b6?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I was considering f4, f5, but I realized it's not working for black. I mean, f4, f5, queen a7, knight b6.
Okay. Ah, wow! Okay, sensational stuff.
I saw it, but it's the stuff that usually
it never works.
Lose.
Yeah, knight b3, queen b1, queen a7, and d3, knight d2 is coming.
Oof. Yes, let's just put that on the board. D3, I mean, not just with arrows, yeah, d3, knight fd2. Yeah, trapping the queen. Thank you. Wow, so that was the first thing that you calculated?
Yes.
Let me give you now the mouse.
No, I mean, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I agreed that knight b6 I didn't like at all, and b6, I simply just thought before knight b3, and my knight is better than the knight on a8, so I thought I'm safe. But then Vincent launched his counterplay. I didn't think about c4 at all. I mean, of course, it's a much better move.
Better move, yes. So then what happened? Yeah, you were in time with knight g6 counterplay.
Yeah, basically here I get that tempo, right? Because if you had played c4, d3, f4 would have been protected already. And here, like, I didn't even consider bishop b2 until it was played. I was questioning queen f2, d3, and e3. Although queen f2, you actually have to care about queen c4.
Yeah, queen c4. That was my issue.
That was the issue. Yeah.
That's why I started bishop b2.
Understand that this might, but I think Magnus played queen f2, right?
Yes, Magnus played queen f2.
But after like 20 minutes of
But it will be very interesting to see why he allowed this. Like, what's the maybe some d3, bishop d2, and e4 quick.
Well, no, but actually there was a very big secret. That Magnus was very unhappy that he was looking up at your boards, guys, that he did not want to play against you. He was fed up with this, so he was thinking like for half an hour about probably different options. And when the moment you played bishop b2, he played queen f2. Yeah. If you play queen f2, he plays bishop b2. That's kind of clear. And now he gets to play a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, queen c4 is becoming very direct. So here you really
yeah. Apparently, it's not great for black, but I really don't know why.
But d3
maybe knight d4. Could it be?
Engine approves.
Yes. And queen a2 just
rook b2, I guess. Yeah.
Or rook 3 maybe, no?
Maybe rook b3.
I would like to.
Yeah.
That's
yes.
Okay.
Okay. Knight
That's
d4.
nice.
Yeah, I didn't believe. But okay, also queen c4.
I mean, there's
is
also
committal.
okay. E3 is a little. I mean,
E3 was awkward because of a5 at least.
a5 even. Wow.
Yeah, no, a5, c5. All these moves were always in my mind because, of course, I need to get that.
A3, c5, and a4 next. I mean, I know computer seems to like white, but.
But why can I not play c5?
Well, computer liked white from the beginning.
c5 I thought I allowed, like I just don't care. But a5 I might, okay, maybe, I mean it's...
Yeah, true. No, okay, it's just very complex, but generally...
And after e3, e5 was not an issue for white?
Of course, yeah, it could be.
Just also e5?
I mean, my general
but I thought, yeah, I thought e5 is, on general principles, I mean, I can be safe. But yeah, I was scared of a5, but maybe wrongly, like...
Yeah, d3 was also an option.
Yeah, d3 was... Yeah,
I think
there
I
were
wanted
many more options.
Queen f7, I think.
Yeah.
That was...
No, in the end I settled for bishop b2. You know what I thought most of my time is a move we haven't mentioned yet, it's e4. But it's clearly...
That would have been a full shock.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
No, I actually considered it, but I...
And e5 is not a move against
to play bishop b7, I think.
Oh, bishop b, yeah.
Bishop b7, isn't there some knight g3 or something?
Yep.
No.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna make lots of mistakes from this position, but... Yeah. No, but I didn't like f here, I think. f5 knight h4.
f5 knight h4. It's also a little bit too much adventure for such a decisive game, no?
No, I didn't mind adventure, but I wanted something...
if it works, yes.
Yeah, that I believe
this
works.
Also looks so scary for black. I mean, generally my logic was that I don't want to open the position, because whenever the position is opened, I will realize that I'm playing a full piece down.
But wait a second, no, we even had e4, and e4 queen f7 I played against Mikhail. Why can't I play queen f7 after e4?
No, you
probably
can, but...
Well, you can just go back, white back. Yes, and here queen f7 after e4.
e4, queen f7.
I think I was quite happy with this. And I claimed contra-play, yeah, short castle
and knight g3.
Yeah, knight g3, maybe, I mean...
Yeah, and okay.
But maybe you can even play e6, yeah?
Yeah, no, you should be fine. I mean, like, you're not really a full piece down, yeah? The knight on a8 will come.
No, just in all the direct lines, yes? Yeah?
I can even castle, yeah? Why can't I castle?
Yeah, no, you can. I mean, there's nothing really wrong with black's position.
I mean, it's very sharp, crazy.
So I just played bishop b2.
I think it's a good move. Yeah. Like, okay, knight f4, queen f2 should be very bad, I guess.
Yeah, I thought about knight d5, but then e4, for instance.
I mean, okay, in my situation, to play this is suicide. The chances of it being good is very slim, and
no, I agree. But bishop b7?
Yeah, or queen f7. This was my choice. I also, what was your idea after queen f7?
No, but then I guess I just go e3. I want h4.
E3,
next.
I wanted to go this.
Yeah, h4.
Actually, I think c5 is a wrong move, because I was always trying to get out that knight, but it's just not fast enough.
Yeah, no, h4 was always coming. So that's why I was maybe thinking. I mean, after you played bishop b7, I was like, maybe I should have gone queen f2 too, because now e3 of course fades to knight h4. Oh, it doesn't.
I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah, probably you can just go here.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I mean I'm making some wrong moves, but
Okay,
it's
Well, you know, for 1.5 hours we were making wrong moves only because it was impossible.
Yeah.
G4 or is it?
No, I mean, yeah,
Oh,
it
okay,
could be that. Yeah, knight h4 might be too optimistic. Okay, maybe I should have gone e3, but in the end I settled for queen f2.
But it's very curious now what the move is here for white. I'm very confused.
Maybe g4 actually. Maybe you're right. But knight f3. No, knight f3.
Just
Knight
take
take.
gf. Yeah. Okay, seems
Yeah.
like g4.
Yeah,
But okay, that's truly. Yeah, if you don't know that it's good.
Yeah.
Oh, queen f2 and.
Yeah, e5 of course was a game.
Yeah, e5 that's
jobby against Tariq.
Yes, and I also had queen c4 in mind. Also interesting move. Now my problem was that I didn't know what to do after e3 because I thought I would take this. Because actually realized that this g7 pawn is kind of useless. I will just go rook g8 and anyway rook is placed nicely, but h4.
Yes.
I think that's also what you mentioned, that you saw, and I don't know, this felt too risky. Because, I mean, of course, long term now I'm doing fine since I can play c5, but I was very afraid that I might just get crushed here. So that's why I didn't play queen c4. And okay, other than that, I can, of course, make some move like that. But
okay, again, h4 will come, yeah?
Ah, you wanted to go h4?
Yeah, I mean, first h5 and then...
Yeah, then the knight on g6 is horrible.
Then we seem to get something similar to what Magnus got.
Yes.
Yeah, but also I always had ideas with b5 if I have time and like...
fixing the structure, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, this knight... No, the starting position is just so weird that with already in the first move, I actually had to kind of kill that piece.
Yeah, so, big concession already on the first move, yeah. And no, e5 felt critical, queen d5 came as a shock and was very good move, but e5 felt very critical.
Yes. Okay, yeah, let's... I didn't calculate that much, so go ahead. What you said, fe, right?
Yeah, fe was my main option. Seems to be a problem. My idea is bishop h4,
I yes, yeah, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
This I claimed it's just winning.
No, but...
Okay, I'm always exaggerating, but yes, I like it. Yeah, basically it means I like it.
Yeah, but after fe, I was really not sure about f4. h4...
Why can you not just...
maybe I could.
Nope.
No. No, h4 maybe.
Bishop g2? No. Okay. h4, yeah? Yep.
Yes. Yeah. h4, queen d5, I was getting crazy things, but like h5, queen g2, rook h2 felt like it works.
h5, sorry?
Yeah, queen g2, rook h2.
Yeah.
I was considering knight h4 here, but it's too much.
You can also just...
Queen f4 probably.
Queen f4, rook f8?
Oof. But you can just take this guy, no?
Yeah, I obviously.
I think it's a very bad position.
Yeah,
that's
no,
just.
it's
Well, I mean, whenever there's some complication that it opens
very
up,
bad, of course. But like, and of course there were other moves like Jobava played e3 instead of fe, but I really wanted to make fe5 work. This I felt is dangerous.
Yeah, actually, but it was kind of funny that after queen e6, just bishop e2 and then followed by knight g3, it can be a little bit unpleasant for black. Black is stuck. Bishop e2 here, and then Chobava played bishop h5 instead of bishop e2, and bishop h5 is not a good move.
Okay, yeah, this I...
And now she's just a little better.
But queen d5 came as a shock, I must admit.
Yeah, queen d5.
And like knight e3, queen e4 simply felt too dangerous.
I mean, yeah, I also was considering that I have this as a backup in case I need to bail out. It's not so stupid because that knight is kind of weird, but still I didn't like it because now, you will get this c4 move as well, and somehow...
This...
I mean, I wanted to go queen e4.
Yes, and then wait a second, don't make the moves because then you see the line. So after castles...
I wanted to go e6.
Immediately e6.
But maybe I should go rook f1 here.
Yes, I thought about it, and then I wanted to go castle. That was my plan.
Yes.
And after knight d4, you go?
e5, maybe? No, I cannot.
No, if I always have this... okay, with castles, I have d3. With rook f1, not.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very big difference.
Yes. Well, that's what I thought. Against rook f1, I have castle, and against castle, I have e6. That was my idea.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, so... and I just saw e3, and I thought it's not a bad idea, but Then I realized, of course, Vincent was not forced to take on f1.
Yeah, I mean, probably it's not even so bad, but I mean, like, it does feel bad, no?
Yeah, it
even
looks
like if you just go b5 or something long term, all my light squares this knight. I think, yeah, bishop d5 and
was very important, bishop d5, yes.
Yeah, it's a very good move. And like, I simply offered a draw because I thought rook g8, like, at any point, Vincent can go b5, knight b6 already. And
I mean, I think the critical instead of the bishop d4, I have d6.
Yes.
That's.
But maybe not even forced, maybe just e6.
No, then bishop e2.
Yes,
and you get
bishop
c4.
h4 or bishop e7 maybe.
Okay, but b5? No, I mean now.
No, I mean not. Not bishop.
I mean, this is kind of risk-free push because I will have to play c5, I guess, and then take, and you have the d4 square. Well, I don't have the d5 square.
No, but you don't have to play bishop h4. So you play bishop e7, b5, c5, and I think you're completely fine here.
I mean, it's not so bad, but I didn't exactly like the position.
Yeah.
Generally, like, you go c4, knight d4, and you just have to slightly better structure. But, I mean, compared to what we had at the start, it could be worse, right?
Yeah,
no, I actually was kind of planning on going d6.
Yeah, which also felt.
I have like c5 and e5.
Yeah. No, it also felt fine, d6. And so I was considering.
I guess if you go somewhere else, I can always go c5, right? Like
yeah,
no matter where you go.
c5 is possible, yeah.
Now finally I get this stupid knight out, and I mean, it seems like I kind of solved my problems.
Yeah, and also like there's many minor pieces, but you don't really have any play, like e6, king f7, bishop f6 at any point, like.
Yeah, here already it's kind of stable position. I mean, before was all the craziness with e4, e5 being there in every move, and all the sacrifices. It was very kind of difficult to navigate simply because there were so many options and none of them were very unusual.
Yes.
Like if you just play normal chess with black, you're just clearly worse. So that was, of course, one of the starting positions that are not very pleasant, but it seemed like we did play a short but good game.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very intensive game. Let me ask you guys, so first of all, you, Maxim, that before the game you had the white pieces. What was your kind of strategy? What went through your mind?
No, I wanted to fight, of course, especially as I have clearly watched tiebreaks. But yeah, I didn't want to go crazy, and things really went a bit crazy. And yes, somehow, I mean, it became very anticlimactic at the end because suddenly it was just, I mean, there was just not much action left after there had been so much. So I thought, okay, it's time to just cut. I mean, not cut my losses because I didn't have any losses, but to just call it a day. And you know, I mean, Vincent's played very convincingly in general here.
Yeah, my feeling was also like this queen d5 has an effect. Yeah, that, wow, I mean, whom am I playing with that he comes up with queen d5, and Vincent anyway has a reputation of being a very good freestyle classical player, yeah, when he has time and he comes up with ideas. Vincent, I want to ask you that how easy was it in the break between the two games to get over with what happened in the first game against Arana?
Yeah, I tried it, it didn't really work. I mean, it's just, if you look at it, you realize how easy it is. It's kind of crazy to miss because like, it's not a question of whether you find it or not. Once you start thinking about it, you find it immediately, like within seconds. And then also it doesn't matter whether I have 2 minutes or 20 or 2 hours, it's just over on the spot. So again, it hurts because I felt like I played a good game. And you know, just also before, of course, I made some errors, not converting it cleanly. But still, this is like such a golden opportunity. And if I just take 10 seconds and not play EF7 immediately, I will win that game. And of course, the situation would have been much more comfortable. And it was, I mean, quite clear that I would play Maxime as black, which obviously is a kind of difficult situation. And yeah, I mean, for me, I kind of had to check tie breaks a little because we are also playing for the Freestyle World Championship slot. And to me, of course, Sarana was the biggest competitor in that sense.
I
don't know how that happens because like I've been playing at the top of the tournament since round 1, and still I had worse tiebreaks. I feel like last round some of my tiebreaks got quite bad, even though I played like someone with more points than the others. But okay, that can happen. So seeing him make a draw was of course kind of relieving, because actually if I had drawn and he would have won his game, it was quite good chance that he will be ahead of me.
Yeah, it was getting messy. The next question is to you, Maxim, that you had an incredible game, a crazy game, one of the wildest in the first game today against Pranav. Third move E5, and then all this craziness. What went through your mind? How did you evaluate it? You just went with your flow, relied on your incredible tactical skills, or what was it?
Okay, I was not happy with the starting position. I think it was even worse than this one. And I realized immediately because like you had two weaknesses, G7 and B7, and it was really difficult to not concede space or to do like I did. And yeah, I saw this idea with E5. And I mean, since then I've looked at the computer lines, and like the refutation is just insane, absolutely insane. So I'm very happy with what I found, and to somehow manage to get things, but also Pranav, like he took a lot of time, but this bishop takes F5 was like completely out of, I mean, I wouldn't say blue sky because I knew the sky was not blue at all in this position, but it was a shock. But somehow I managed to react and to play, I think, after that move, all the best moves simply.
Yes. We had a small break, and that was the only game that I checked on my phone because I understood nothing from it.
And the funny part is I thought this game was the craziest one, but you had Magnus' game, you had I mean, even Vincent's game, but okay, Vincent was too much in control. But there was another game that was insane, maybe Nepo's game. Like every game was completely insane.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah, Magnus was also, because I told him that we did not understand. Did you? He said, no, me neither. Yeah, it was like E5, and then I opened the computer, and apart from some crazy knight takes B7 or something.
I mean, it involves a rook sacrifice. I mean, the line is absolutely impossible to find. Like
you can analyze for a week, right? B7 without a computer.
Without a computer, yeah. No, like I saw knight B7. I saw the line. I just stopped because I win a rook. But then there's some crazy intermezzo. I mean, they're just really, really insane.
Yes. Well, I don't know. You guys want to add something? For example, Vincent, how does it feel that now you concluded the tournament and it looks like you are in control, you are sharing first place for sure? Who knows whatever happens in tie breaks? How proud are you?
Yeah, it's been a nice tournament, but I have to admit it still hurts that I didn't win the first game today, since it was really just one more move to find, and then it's basically over. But okay, that's life. I mean, I got lucky in many games here. That's not the point. I mean, Hans blundered the game in one move, which was heading towards a draw against Georg. I even could have lost that game, and then I very likely wouldn't even have been near the stage at that point. So, things go well and bad at times, but overall, of course, I'm happy, and I also think I played quite a few good games.
Yeah, in this format you need some luck. I mean, I had luck starting from round 1, so.
Yeah, I also feel like, Maxim, you are like at home here. You have been playing for Baden-Baden for ages. You have played all the Grenke classics. What does it feel, how does it feel to come back to Grenke, to Karlsruhe each and every year?
No, it's definitely fun. And I'm just happy to play this tournament. It's really challenging, but at the same time you don't have opening theory, so all in all it's kind of a win. And but yeah, the games were crazy. Of course, there's lots of action, lots of excitement with like 4,000 players or close to it. So.
And before I let you guys go, can we just very quickly evaluate Magnus Carlsen's and maybe the top few boards? Guys, please share your thoughts.
Arika also, because this is I didn't check the standings, that she needs a draw.
Yeah, she has 5.5 points, and Maria Muzichuk have 5.5 points, and then 11 players on 5. That's kind of the situation.
She probably needs a draw, yeah.
Yeah, if she loses, will be very critical and quite heartbreaking because clearly she has, I think, played the best. No, and she played against Max Todlur, drew against Levon Aronian, draw, and now playing Jobava.
Yeah,
but to beat someone very strong in the earlier rounds.
Yes,
I remember
also.
Some, like, yeah, but the position doesn't look great. And
yeah.
Okay, Nepo seems to be just crushing. That's kind of looks like.
Yeah, completely.
It shouldn't hold together. I mean,
I'm just feeling very sorry for Pranav.
Yeah, Pranav, but he just played knight b6 in, I mean, not 10 seconds, but like it was.
Yes, but I think knight b6 is like at least practically a very bad decision, and also the position.
But I think probably objectively, simply.
Okay, now that's why I played b6 so quickly. I mean, not because I liked it, but just because I felt there's no real option.
And what about Magnus? How do you evaluate it?
I mean, he's clearly pushing. He has good structure now, and okay, he probably just want knight d2, knight f3 already.
Yeah. No, I mean this knight from a8, even if it gets to c7, where is it going? That's kind of the issue.
Yeah, because the knight on g6 is always gonna be an issue.
So where's the king going?
Also, I don't know why he went bishop e7. I would have gone bishop f6 at any point. Like, can we put the game?
Yes.
Yeah, let me.
Yeah, go to the event. It's already there. Just click it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, bishop e7.
When was it? Can you just go to bishop e7, move 8? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, already, of course.
Yeah, well, so you see, yeah, basically, according to engine, Black barely made a mistake, but still the position is just bad.
Yeah.
So you wanted bishop f6, right? You said.
Yeah, but maybe it's not good.
Fine. Take.
Queen takes, you have knight g3. Yeah, no, it's my bad.
Yeah, what? Okay, so it's so hard to suggest a good move. I mean.
Yeah.
This is also what you wanted to get, yeah, when you get h4 in.
I mean, I should just have waited for Magnus to play queen f2 and to trust him. But I didn't like because of queen c4.
Can I try something like that? Nope.
Knight g3, probably.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. I mean, shitty position. What can I say?
No, I didn't want to rely on Magnus, obviously, but yeah, of course. I feel like, yeah, probably it's just queen f2, queen c4, and there's something. Yeah, we said it's knight d4. Yeah.
Knight d4. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe if I had spent, but okay, it's tough.
You spent quite some time. You spent 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So you that was
I played a little faster than Aryan Chopra, so that was.
Yeah, you spent 4.5 minutes for the first 4
Yeah,
moves.
because okay, that was.
I understood. Yes.
Usually I spend my time because I want to play well, but here just everything else was so bad there was nothing else to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess knight c7. Like what else?
Yeah, I just don't like things after knight d2, knight f3. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
apparently, maybe we can. Can we do this?
This is.
Okay. Maybe this actually I mean, it's not great, but we might be alive, right? Little, I mean.
Yeah, because c5 already is probably not great. And
so
okay, no, c5 I don't like. Knight d2, bc, knight c4, but then.
And there we go, b5 on the board.
b5, okay, good move.
Yeah, Aryan is a big fighter.
Yes.
No, I played him last year, and I was pushing for 4.5 hours, but he managed to hold. He's. I think it's not. I mean, of course, if people look at the rating, they might think it's an easy pairing, but it's not.
No, I mean it's maybe on the easier side, but
yes.
To get to 6.5 here, you
need to show some class for sure.
Yeah, he beat Fedoseev with black. Actually, he got double black now.
Yeah,
today.
That was very unlucky.
Yes.
Okay, but after b5, he kind of is in the game, don't you think?
Yeah. No, I like it because cb bishop b5. Yeah.
Yep.
And you have an issue?
I mean, I'm not sure that c5 is so stupid, but I mean, it's not an easy decision.
It's a concession. I mean, I was considering it. And then knight d5, knight f3, maybe even, okay, not knight f6, but just, or maybe queen f8? Is it stupid?
You want to take that pawn? Or?
Yeah, yes, but maybe it's too much,
It's too much, yeah.
Or knight d5 and long castle, maybe. I mean, some.
No, I mean here you have some
yeah,
ideas.
I'm the idiot, but
No, I think even this is not so stupid. Okay, apparently.
Okay, I mean, anyway, we're not gonna try to play like.
I mean, but b5, I think
Yeah,
at least
B5
he gets some play. So Magnus cannot just play out of routine and finish the game because he has a strategic advantage. But now he actually needs to show some direct ideas because I guess now long term Black has potential to be fine.
Yes, exactly. b5 is very good move.
Yes, practically speaking. And look at Magnus's face, yeah, that he's not happy that he needs to make a decision. He enjoyed so much his structure.
And
Yes,
he
and
has spent a lot
do
of
we
time.
have- Is it too much like to have like c5, knight c7, knight d2, e5? Yeah, it's too much. But I wanted like knight e6 and
Maybe
f4
I will
next.
take this, yeah, to
Yeah,
get
probably
rid of that
you
bishop.
take with the bishop. Yeah.
No, but I think okay, you get
No, you don't
get
need
the
you,
square,
you
right?
don't need. Yeah, it was just maybe maybe knight a6 actually, because rook c1 you have knight b4.
That's nice.
Yes, c5 on the board.
Okay.
I believe it was played.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah, and
but
you
knight
have this
A6
knight
is-
a6, bishop d5, rook c8 kind of
But
construction.
knight a6
trying
is
to
very easy
target
to
that.
miss.
no,
I'm
but
not
rook
sure.
c1 knight b4. Yeah. Or
Yes, here rook c1,
I'm not
knight
even
b4.
sure Magnus saw knight a6 because it's kind of you automatically think of the knight going in the d5 direction, but
yeah,
here
but I just thought about it, so that's why. But
it's
because
nice.
you have knight b4 idea, maybe here still. Knight b4, knight c1, and knight
Okay,
a6.
even then, you can
Or
also
a5 and then
A5
you
and
fall
knight
back
b5.
knight
No,
a6.
knight a6 attacks the pawn.
Off a draw. Yeah, it's out of control.
No, I
This
mean I
is-
think if he finds knight a6, then he's absolutely in the game. If he doesn't, then Magnus is still pushing. But also we see in the time situation, Magnus is not having an easy game. Like he
Yeah.
already spent full hour. He's down on the clock, even though he got a nice starting position. And yeah, I think this b5 has the potential to turn around the position a little.
Yeah, how exhausted are you guys after playing these 5 games? I mean, 9 games in 5 days.
It was tough, it was challenging, and you know, at some point we had this situation where all the positions looked like normal chess. I mean, especially the mirror match. This was a bit insane, especially as
Did you
I
get
know a
white
few
or black?
players had
that round?
studied. I was black. I'm the only one who played Caro-Kann,
Wow.
Yeah.
which was actually a good decision.
So your opponent played d4, yeah?
and I played f6.
Okay.
And I think for everyone it looked too early, but it was actually
It was the
pretty
best,
good
yeah?
move.
No.
One of the best, yeah.
One of the best, yeah.
I mean, like French and Caro-Kann, those are kind of acceptable.
Yeah, well, I don't want to hold you back, guys. We are very happy to, as long as you want, but I guess you guys both are tired. And enjoy that the tournament is over and it finished so well, sharing first place with 7.5 points out of 9. That's kind of insane. I know that Vincent is kicking himself for slowing down because it looked good. By the way, there is some consolation. Magnus told me that he was thinking that, okay, actually, finally I motivated myself that I have to stop Vincent's streak, not to let you get to 7 out of 7. That was his main motivation at a certain moment yesterday during the game. And another information, I suddenly had lunch with Sarana today by accident in my garden. And I asked him about the escape, and he told me that I did not see queen a3 from distance, and he did not see rook takes g5. And then I understood that, of course, that's why you also got under the shock that he also kind of showed with his body language that, oh, I'm escaping thanks to this.
I mean, my biggest issue was that I thought I'm still winning after rook h6. I just missed that queen c3 is a perpetual, because if it's not, the position is still dead for black. I mean, queen h5, rook e6, everything is coming.
Yes.
If I get one more move, I just missed that it's perpetual on the spot. So I guess if I had thought that it's a dead draw, I might have spent 10 seconds and done that. But yeah, I mean, okay, it's not a decision I can take back, so I'll have to live with that. But still, of course, it has been a nice tournament overall.
Thank you very much. Best
Thank
of
you.
luck in the next endeavors, and who knows what will happen in the tiebreaks. One of you only one of you can qualify because Magnus already qualified.
Yes.
Or who knows if someone else, for example, maybe Aryan Chopra will be the player who shares, but he I think
he
has
has-
best tiebreak. Yeah?
He has
That's a
worse
worse
tiebreaks than
tiebreak.
me, and I think on tiebreaks it's not even close with Vincent. I mean, weirder things have happened, but I think there's 3 points gap.
Yeah. But I think you had 43, you had 41. It was only 2 between
I
the
checked.
2 of you.
I checked. It was 3, but
I think it was 43.5 to 40.5.
yes. So
I mean, unless all my opponents lose, it's a
yeah,
good chance,
no,
but that's not in my control anymore.
Yes, of course, yeah.
yes, and of course I checked before the game and I saw that. I mean, Vincent finished fourth in Vicennas.
Yes, yes.
No, I mean, there it was just the problem that I gave all my energy for this round robin to get to the top 4, and then I was so dead because we also played for 7 hours that day that the next rounds I blundered things that are like inexplainable normally. So
I mean, that's fair. Like anyway, those are difficult events, but yeah, I mean, I don't want to do any jinxing because it's what happened to me in Qatar with Nodibek congratulating me for making top 4.
Ah.
I mean, in all good faith, like he was 2.5 points of tiebreaks behind, and he finished, or maybe 3 points, and he finished 2.5 points ahead.
Yeah. Okay. This tiebreak is absolutely crazy. Yes.
Yes, but I'm hoping to qualify. I mean, unlikely here, or you know, with one of the spots that are left.
And what do you guys, last final question regarding qualifying spots? I somehow had the feeling that this tournament was so amazing with so many brilliant players that actually clearly more than one spot should have been given. And are you sharing this sentiment? Basically, then both of you would qualify automatically, I guess. But I just don't feel, because I had a discussion with Arkady and he told me that, yes, of course, we wanted to give more, but because of the candidates, we couldn't.
It makes sense.
Yes.
I mean, we're missing a lot of players because of candidates. I think that's a fair point, and you know, it's a tough event, but you know, in open events anyway, like in a way, only the one with first place is kind of the one with best tournament, and second, you never know really what happens. Of course, if there's a tie, it's different. It's a bit different. But like if someone is like only first, and then like you said, lots of players sharing second, then
yeah, like last year also.
Yeah,
there was like a 10-way tie or something like this.
Yeah. Well, and you had one.
Yeah, historic result. Yeah.
Yes, but he couldn't repeat. He predicted it, and he was right.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Best of luck, and then we will see what's the final outcome gonna be.
Thank you.
And Welcome back, everyone. We have shocking news, breaking news. The position that we just had with Vincent and Maxim on our boards, the analysis board in Magnus Carlsen against Aryan Chopra, this wonderful b5, knight c7, knight a6 sequence just happened. And look at Magnus's body language. He's kind of fed up. This is the last round. Yeah, you feel like you got a great opening. It is according to Magnus's liking. He wanted to rely on, just play according to his class, and he will finish the business and then probably wins the tournament because he has the best. Of course, very small margins. Who knows how the tie breaks will work out? But he will definitely catch up with a victory to Maxim Vachergraf and Vincent Keimer. But all of a sudden, from nowhere, let's just go back to this moment. After b5, which instantly by, I think, Vincent and Maxim both kind of highlighted that, yeah, b5 breaks out of the cage. After c5, knight c7, it's seemingly black is occupying the d5 square, but that is not the main point. After knight fd2, suddenly knight a6 targets the pawn, and not just the pawn, but there's also this nasty kind of knight before jumping, hitting the d3, and the white queen is kind of tied to the defense of the h4 pawn, which is attacked by the knight on g6 and bishop on e7. So you have some coordination issues. The clock is ticking down 19 minutes. Mikhail, what do you make of this? Is Magnus still in control, or did he lose it completely?
Well, the position suddenly became typical for classical chess. You can already not think it was freestyle. So if bishop d4, the knight b4 is the problem, yes?
I think so,
yes. Maybe he has to sacrifice the pawn with bishop e2. Ah, no, but the knight c2 is
knight c2 check is also there.
It's very annoying, and exchanging the bishop.
Can you imagine, this is the 9th round, you are extremely tired, you are so close, seemingly you got the upper hand, and all of a sudden you have to deal with these issues and you are behind on the clock. And if something goes wrong, you can eventually even lose this position. Yeah, this is not a risk-free kind of advantage.
So maybe knight e2 was better than c5, yes?
Well, but c5 was the ambitious move.
Yes, yes.
So basically, probably already before Magnus misplayed it, that he gave the chance for black. And we see here, because we haven't really been covering Aryan Chopra throughout the tournament, but we get this feel that, wow, if he creates counterplay against Magnus Carlsen in such an unpleasant position, then he has some tremendous skills.
So d4 doesn't look nice.
Yeah, that would be, let's just put it that we even don't want to analyze it because it blocks the bishop, takes away the d4 square from the knight, and black can rely on all the light squares. Yeah, and rook c1 also runs into knight b4.
Yes, I mean bishop d5, knight b4, and knight c6 is a perfect blockade. And then maybe a5.
What Magnus gonna do? We do see the evil bar apparently saying that there is some way to stabilize for white, but this is the shock effect.
You have to give up a pawn, I think.
Yeah, but people always underestimate. Yeah, whoever watches with computer, they don't get this personal touch, and Magnus is about to make a movie. I think bishop d4 had been played. Okay,
maybe rook c1 was the move. Maybe rook c1, knight b4, bishop e2, knight takes a2,
and then
rook a1, and retrieve on a7.
Yeah, but that was also very unclear.
Yeah, I know. No, the position is unclear in general. I know this is not good.
Yeah, it feels like, okay, things are out of control. I don't know if I need to take or I don't need to take, but I certainly cannot be confident about this position with white. It's just too unclear.
You cannot castle.
Yeah, you cannot castle, and black has too much activity. So in any case, we are focusing on the love position. Magnus goes bishop d4 with 17 minutes on the clock on move 14. Yeah, this is... There is no time control on move 40. Even then it would be scary. But knowing that it's till the end of the game and all the pieces on the board, just one single pawn trade happened, then there's so much tension.
It's only move 14, yes?
Only move 14. And it already feels like so many things happened in this game.
The game is so old, no?
Yes. Well, so basically we are expecting that there are all these knight b4 jumps. There are also ideas like maybe try to go after the c5 pawn with rook c8, bishop d5. A little bit strange, a little bit artificial. So let's
but
check.
Knight b4 looks inviting.
Yeah, I remember that just, I don't know if it was joke or it was serious. There was a discussion that MVL suggested knight before knight c1, knight a6. And then if the knight goes back, then it's kind of a repetition. That certainly is not something that Magnus will play. That is out of question. It was just kind of funny how Maxim mentioned it, that it is a possibility.
But if knight c1, maybe knight d5 also, no? He can even be ambitious. And then maybe e5.
Yeah, there are so many questions.
The knights would be very active then.
Yeah, there are so many questions. I'm not feeling happy to move the knight back. But what else is then Magnus intending after knight b4?
What does the computer intend?
Yes, but okay, Magnus also spent kind of over 10 minutes.
Yes, but you don't play d4. You don't play d4, so bishop d4 is kind of...
Yes, and rook c1 you also don't play, yeah, so finally bishop d4. But that means that he could have played bishop d4 much earlier if he eliminates all the other options. But it just felt like he is digesting what has happened, this turnaround. Yeah, this is a psychological turnaround. And we have seen him during the whole tournament when he finally made the decision, he went for a walk. Yeah, and comfortably walked around. Well, we don't see him walk around at all. He is sitting at the board, very tensed, continuing to calculate. Yeah, there you have Magnus in full concentration mode. He knows 17 minutes only. I can imagine the sun is shining. The heat is on in the tournament hall. Yesterday already Magnus said it was kind of critical. Today it feels even warmer. Which was very nice during the break. Yeah, you could have a nice walk. You got energy from the sun, which also you need after 5 days of non-stop action.
No, I feel that the position is completely classical and blacks play... I mean, I like to play for the blockade, so...
yes, of course.
It seems easier to play for black.
Yeah, black has easier game. Now, Arjan is taking his time. He has time advantage. He should not rush because he knows that Magnus already has a plan. Yeah, Magnus, and yeah, Magnus gets some water. All right, so the game is on. Clearly, this is the big game because if Magnus Carlsen wins this game, then he catches up to the leaders, and prior to final the last round, he was with 45.5 points having the best tiebreak. Vincent corrected me. Vincent had exactly, he knew better, 43.5, and MVL had 40.5. Yeah, so they are actually within 5 points.
So Vincent is relatively safe.
Vincent is relatively safe compared to MVL.
Yes, for the qualification, yes.
Yes, but as MVL told us here, it was incredible because there was this tie in Doha during the World Blitz Championship, and it already looked like Maxim is guaranteed in because he had a way better tiebreak prior to the last round over Nodierbeck, and then all the results went like that actually Nodierbeck, even with some clear margin, overtook MVL. Yeah, it just, you can never rely on this. By the way, Saric held that horrible position against Levon into a draw. That feels like victory. That feels like victory, and actually a very big miss for Levon because he had 6 points. If he would have won with 7 points, he would be getting a very good prize.
But okay, he's a pawn down, but his position looks more pleasant optically with black.
Yeah, okay, it's the opposite card bishop position. Okay, yes. It is just a dead draw. So somewhere Levon misplayed it. Now we already don't have the time and energy to go back. It's not that important. Let's focus on Nyepo versus Pranav. That is also a very important game. Of course, the players already can only get to 7 points, but the position looks super dangerous for black.
Yeah, it's kind of crashing now.
Yeah.
King F7, or what does he have to do?
It is impossible that Nepo will not crush through in this position. It is even white to move.
Ah, white to move.
White to move.
So bishop takes f6 works?
Well, probably many things works, but yeah, why not bishop f6? Seems
because
to
if
be
takes, knight takes g5, so or knight d8, knight takes g5. Knight e7 and knight takes, knight e...
Well, and rook takes no, queen is protecting back on e7. We don't, but okay, we also don't need anything fancy. Of course, we can bring it up, but the big game is Magnus Carlsen against Arjan Chopra, and now we have development. Knight b4, knight c1. In fact, the first step towards Maxim's line suggestion, knight b4, knight c1, had happened. Now the big question is, what is Magnus intending after knight a6? Is he planning to play knight db3? Maybe that is the way, and then, yes, the knight is ugly on c1, but at least I consolidated and I will try to play the game, but okay, this is very sharp.
No, but then, okay, bishop d5 will arrive and you will not be able to move that knight from c1.
Yeah, but only that I cannot imagine Magnus repeating, and I also, if the repetition would kind of be natural, then Arjan Chopra would probably already play the move knight a6.
Why, how is his tiebreak?
Well, Arjan Chopra's tiebreak is the worst. So basically he most probably can anyway not win the title, he cannot qualify, which means that that would be also kind of insane for him to speculate that I want to gamble against Magnus in order to...
That was my question,
Yes. After all, he was coming from behind, so it is very logical that his tiebreak cannot be that, that perfect. But he's an incredible fighter. That is his kind of style. So maybe he just feels like, wait a second, forget about the tournament. I'm very happy that I'm playing Magnus Carlsen in the last round. And I also feel that Magnus is showing some signs of tiredness, fatigue, and nervousness. Let me try to use this historical chance to do something.
Okay, but what about knight d5? I mean, leaving speculation aside, I understand knight a6 may be some sort of draw.
But after knight d5, no, we don't know if it's I don't think that Magnus takes the draw. I was just thinking. But if you play knight d5,
then you have knight f3.
I'm following, the analysis of Vincent and Maxime. I was sitting in the middle. I was enjoying, listening to the players. I did not want to interfere.
That looks playable for white.
Let them analyze, and yes, it is unclear, but definitely white has stability, and Magnus would be very happy playing that. So I don't see knight d5 happening. For me, there was a question that could black try to be very ambitious and try to get a5, knight a6 combined, but when I mentioned it, both Vincent and Maxim did not even react to it. So I thought like I will not force the issue.
Just play the move, a5.
Yeah, let's put a5 on the board, because to me at least it looked like it would bother me from the white side.
It's a correct move, actually.
The computer agrees with the move a5, yes.
And if a3, then knight a6.
Then knight a6. Then I think I'm heavily benefiting. I might be playing for advantage, yes.
Yes, it's an extra pawn, probably.
Yeah, then already any knight b3 can be answered by a4, and the pawn is falling. So maybe this is the reason that, because Arjan also, I think, senses that there is no way Magnus would be repeating the moves. Yeah? And if you play knight a6 prematurely and Magnus shows confidence and goes knight db3 and goes for a walk like, yes, this is what I wanted to achieve, you might be kicking yourself that why I did not invest a little bit more time and opt for the maybe more ambitious move.
Yes. At least you optimize your position.
You optimize your position, yes.
Instead of speculating on a situation which may be justified or not, you just play a move which is good. And actually, it's not very clear what would Magnus be doing.
Yeah, not clear at all. And look at this, Magnus is not leaving. He's sitting there at the board. I haven't seen this from him It just means that there is tremendous pressure on him. He's very nervous. Yeah, what happens after a5?
a5, maybe knight db3.
Yeah, maybe knight db3, but
a4.
Even then I feel like, okay, well,
a4.
maybe I might not even rush. Maybe I can just play rook a8.
I take on a5 then.
Yeah, then I take on d3.
And the knight lands on b4. Okay,
yeah,
let's say.
Yes, but even this I cannot evaluate. But
yeah, but okay, a4, knight.
You wanted a4, knight a5.
And now knight a6.
Knight a6, yeah. This is also very speculative for white.
Now there is queen c2. Okay, that's okay. He can take on c6 maybe.
Yeah, but at some moment even.
But then you lose the pawn on h4.
There are all kinds of dynamics also on the king side, and black can play the timely e5 break at the right moment.
For the time being, statically the position is unpleasant.
Exactly.
Maybe he can take on c6 and play g3.
Yes, but okay, c5 is hanging.
Yeah, but then if you take, then in the end I play queen c7. Queen
c2, yes, I know, but I don't want to speculate. It's just too far away. It's not live action. After knight c1, he still has to decide if he plays a5 or not. Clock is ticking, down to 26 minutes. It is a character test also, but to me it also brings the question like, okay, how many brilliant players India has? Yeah, because I know Aryan Chopra, I know that he is 26, 34, I don't know, already more or less 10 years almost, maybe even more. Very strong player, but because he's overshadowed by all the 2750, 2780, 2800 young kids.
Like in the Soviet Union in the past, no?
Exactly.
I mean, there are these guys, nobody heard about them in the West. And
Yarmolinsky, for example, Yarmolinsky went to United States and he was 26-60 in half a year.
He won the championship. Shabalov.
But okay, Shabalov was already strong when he went. But Yarmolinsky, I think, Alex was not really known, and then he went there and he made a big name for himself and got invited to Vaikanze, Madrid super tournaments, and he was a very interesting player at that time. Yeah, it is just unbelievable to witness this.
Holmov, who only once played in the West.
Only once, yeah?
Yes, it was a European team championship.
Wow.
In 70-something, I believe, yes. Only once he played in the West. I think, he was a seaman, and he got, during the war, he was a prisoner of the Japanese.
Wow.
And then he got injured, his knee, and he had to okay, he was freed, but then he got injured, and then he had to abandon this career, and he started to play chess. But because he was a prisoner of Japanese, I think this is the reason. They would not, because they could not be sure that he was not a spy.
Wow, I mean, how many problems, yeah?
Like
chess is not difficult enough.
And he was the guy who defeated all these guys, Keres
Holmov,
and Bronstein.
I remember, yes.
Yes, so he was really strong. I mean, twice a tournament he could be really brilliant. In the rest of the tournament he was just solid, just unbeatable. But two skulls, two beautiful games he would play every tournament. So.
Yeah. All right, so while we are waiting for the move, let's maybe also get the bird's eye view of the other games.
But can you just put the move knight a6, knight db3 to see whether that is playable or not? What does the computer think?
Okay.
I mean, if knight db3 is real.
No, it is not real. But wait a second, then Aryan played a move. Which move did he play? Let's see. He played knight a6. After all, he wants to know what Magnus is up to. So knight cb3. We are staying here. Breaking news, knight b4 blitzed out. Moment of truth. How will Magnus react to that? How will he react to that? Because basically, if he plays knight c1, knight a6, he has already no choice than to agree to a c4 repetition.
Or play knight db3, which looks fishy.
Wow. Wow, yeah, this b5, knight c7, knight a6 was missed from a distance by Magnus, and he cannot believe it. He cannot
Yeah,
believe it.
suddenly it's a nice blockade. It looked like white had everything, and then after c5...
and it's counterplay, yeah, it's very dangerous. It's not just blockade, yeah, and black has a very solid position. So if something goes wrong with white, white's position can fall apart.
Yes, yes.
Beautiful bishop on c6. Bishop is targeting the h4 pawn thanks to the knight on g6. So the white queen is tied on f2. The rook on h1 is tied. White can never play g3 because the rook is hanging. There's
So
a weakness on d3.
He doesn't have the time to play knight f3 and then
Exactly.
think how to meet, for instance, to meet knight b4 with queen d2.
Yeah, he just needs one tempo.
And he doesn't have it.
And look at this, the body language. I cannot read, and I just don't see that Magnus wants to. I mean, he wants to continue. He just doesn't see a continuation to continue the game. And after all, there is also probably in his mind that, yeah, I want to take the title, I want to win the event, but actually if he suddenly ends up losing this game, then it becomes a horrible scenario, yeah? Then he falls back completely, and with a draw he's like third, which is for him not good, but definitely not a disaster. So yeah, very interesting. Basically, we have no right to move away because how Magnus is fighting with himself, yeah, this struggle is worth gold, basically. Maybe we can have the bird's eye view downstairs just running so that we know the evolution of the other games and keep Magnus on, on our screen, so we keep an eye on him.
If we see a move, then we move there.
Yes. We see, for example, Gatakamsky. Is he winning the clash of the generation? Because he seems to be completely winning according to the evaluation bar by the computer, plus 3 point something advantage. Abdusatulov is putting pressure on Maxime Lagarde. The game between Karthikeyan and Hans Niemann, according to the computer, it's kind of equal, but...
Maybe the problem now is knight c7 or what in Gata's...
yeah, there are too many questions, but I cannot not look at Magnus. Look at the way how he's sitting there, very frustrated, like someone cannot believe, and yeah, he goes knight c1. And that's gonna be it. Let's see. Yeah, Aryan blitzes out knight a6, and if knight cb3, then it is 3 for repetition. It's not that Magnus needs to claim it, because Aryan will claim it with knight b4. But this is the last moment for Magnus to make something else. But how he plays with the pen doesn't give me any confidence that he wants to continue.
No, and knight cb3 is dubious, because the knight on c1 will be a problem.
Yeah, too many problems. All eyes on Magnus. How will he react? Yeah, we can now even zoom on Magnus. Yeah, draw agreed. There was a draw fell by Magnus. He couldn't do anything. Yeah, this knight a6 killed all hopes because it created tremendous counterplay. A very big congratulations to Aryan Chopra for a brilliant performance, but this also means that we already have so-called 2 winners for sure, yeah, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Vincent Keimer. Now we have to wait and see how the tiebreak situation unfolds.
But his body language was similar to that of his opponent in the morning, when he realized that d3 runs into rook f4. He understood that the game was over. Only that, okay, for Magnus, a draw in this game is equivalent to a defeat. So I had a feeling, he wanted to play.
Of course he wanted to play. He wanted, because he also knew that he has a better tiebreak, yeah? So going into the final round, okay, 2 points advantage over Vincent. You never know with these Buchholz. It depends on your opponent's result against whom you played. What they do today in the final round. And anything can happen. You don't know the pairings, whom they are fighting with.
Yeah, and actually the result was good for him. They made a draw. But he could not.
Yes. yeah, the result worked in his favor, that he got a chance, and I believe that in the opening, at some moment he was probably happy, but he also spent way too much time. This was not typical Magnus, spending so much time right at the beginning, and he's complaining that, no, this was stupid, I shouldn't have. Finally there's a smile on Magnus's.
Oh, so okay.
He says something clever. Because it's always like you need something, yeah, when suddenly the moves are flowing, then you get the good emotions, yeah. If the position gets, there are no ideas, then you are frustrated.
It gets stuck here, I mean, I know the feeling.
Yeah, so Magnus actually, yeah, look at this, how he's showing with his hands that, yeah, I wanted to regroup, but there was always something. Because he really invested a lot of time and energy. And then he said, yeah, and then finally that, enough is enough. All right, so for the moment we have already 2 winners. We know that Magnus Carlsen and Alexei Sarana, Aryan Chopra and Jan-Krzysztof Duda are so far tying on 7 points, which gives us the chance maybe to jump into the Nyepo's game to take a look. Little closer look, because Nyepo has the chance to join them if he wins, and it looks like a very interesting position. Let me pull it up. And one cannot feel not sorry for Pranav, yeah, who started the day in a very nice situation, and then he had this fascinating game against MVL, which finally he lost. Then he gets a pairing after losing to play against Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is himself very angry for not winning that game against Mendonça. So things are out of control, and maybe Pranav ends up losing both games and goes empty-handed, but he makes a household name for himself, because I think nobody will forget the performance that he delivered here in the tournament. But the game is not over yet. We have seen that sometimes how difficult it is to win the winning position when you are extremely exhausted.
So A3 looks like like a move, no?
Which one?
A3.
Just A3, yeah, kicking that queen away.
Queen B3 is not possible, so Queen B6 and then Bishop takes F6.
Yeah, let's just show that this is a huge problem, and then the queen falls. And after Queen B6, you want
to
it?
take on F6.
On F6 and Queen B3 check.
Bishop B2. Oh, loses. That's
you do
nice.
what? Well, I can also take Rook F6, and then I will give Queen B3, Queen D5.
Ah, the D5. Okay, that's hanging. Okay.
Yes, because
okay.
no, I don't want to play A3. That's weakening too much. I was actually thinking about kicking that queen away with Rook E4.
Rook E4, more elegant.
But anyway, you go Queen B6, and somewhere there will be some Queen G1 annoying check. Maybe not.
But you have Bishop D4 maybe after Queen B6.
So Rook E4, Queen B6, and you say Bishop D4.
But he's not happy.
Yeah, not so happy, because I'm also not so happy kicking that queen back to B6. What is this? And Nyepo plays A3. Nyepo plays your move. A3 on the board. So A3 was good. But after Queen B6, you should not rush.
Maybe B4.
Well, or Rook D7. Why can't you just play Rook D7?
Rook D7, yes.
Queen B6, Rook D7. Wait a second.
Yes, Rook D7 is simple.
Rook D7, then the queen protects back. And against Rook F7, we take Bishop F6, and then Rook takes E7.
Yes.
That is the way. So you sense correctly that A3 is the move to kick it. But yeah, now we just go Rook D7. No, Rook D7 not. Wow, why not? This makes it... Okay, I also saw like Nyepo would blitz out the move Rook D7 and A3 if this is so simple. Apparently there is a defense. So we saw like after Rook F7, Bishop F6 will win the game, but it is not winning. Let's just show that, okay, Rook F6, Rook E7 should be checkmate.
Okay.
And we kind of believed that this is the end of the story. And what, Rook D8? Or what? Rook D8? Can I
King
play
F8, King F8 maybe.
or King F8 or Rook D8? What is happening? I already cannot calculate. My brain refuses to work. The sun is shining. I'm also getting heated up here. I understand now how the players are feeling on stage. The brain stops working, no oxygen, 10 days of commentary. Yeah, life is not so easy after 4 days of double round with all this stake and tension. So what is it, King F8? No, King F8. I thought like Rook D8 was the move that
makes sense.
yeah, Rook D8 is the move. And I just could not, I was already too tired to calculate that. What is this Bishop C5 and then the Rook E7 and all this. I mean, I just couldn't evaluate this position already.
But anyway, it's obvious that it's not the worst what black can fear.
Yes, some Rook D7 maybe, Rook D7. And okay, the game goes on. Yeah, it's just crazy. So it means that after a6, Queen b6, there is something different. Can we just make a quiet little move? Sometimes, but black wants Rook d8, I believe. Yeah, I believe black has this idea of playing Rook d8. I don't know. I'm very puzzled because
Rook d6, can that make a difference? But Rook f7 anyway, or Queen
also
c7.
Queen c7.
Yes, no, yeah.
But okay, Queen c7 at least, then there is no more pressure on the b3 pawn. Well, if Nyepo is not seeing it so quickly, it means that it is very hidden. It's not trivial at all.
If Queen d7 check and Bishop takes, but then again...
Yeah, again, this b3 pawn is hanging. I was calculating it. It's interesting, but I just did not believe in it.
Yeah.
I did not believe in it. Let me put this Rook d6 one time on the board because it has a soul and spirit. No, it is not the move. It is not the winning move.
And Queen d7 just...
Yeah, Queen d7, King f7, if you don't mate, then actually runs away. That is the problem. I don't know. And maybe here Rook d6.
Maybe here Rook d6.
But no, then King g8. Then I'm running away. And this Bishop takes f6. We at least felt like we saw the move, but we did not believe in it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, good. Okay. Computer did not. Okay, I'm just puzzled. What? Rook takes e7 and Rook d6? Where is Judith when we need her?
That,
no, but
it
doesn't work. Yeah, I just thought like maybe this and then all these kind of ideas.
But it doesn't seem to be a mate, yeah? And the king is...
Crazy. Yeah, a6, Queen b6.
So Queen d7 is the move probably? Or
yes, we know, but I actually don't like to make the move just because I know it from the computer. So now I can try to imagine, but I also don't feel like I have the energy left to start calculating like crazy. I'm feeling like I'm a spectator who is doing the commentary, but already not able to calculate.
Let them play.
Yes, no, it's... But yeah, the problem with Queen d7 is that it is so illogical. Yeah, seemingly black is stuck, the rooks are not connected. You don't want to let black's king escape to safety. Yeah, it's very counterintuitive to make that happen. So it can only be boom, boom, boom. Actually,
and
so it should be very simple.
Where is my boom, boom, boom?
Where is the boom, boom, boom? Yes. And why can't we play Queen d7, King f7, Rook d6, then King g8? Yeah, we talked about it. I even forgot. Unbelievable. This is really unbelievable. Even knowing the right move, and it is still so difficult to find. Insane. Absolutely insane. How good we don't have an engine, yeah? Then we would have missed out on anything that, humanly speaking, how difficult this is, yeah?
And then we would say, what kind of player is he?
Yeah, white is completely winning. Black should
here.
resign already, and we don't even know how to get an advantage. And Nepo is basically one of those incredible tacticians, calculators, and famous for delivering checkmates whenever there is a chance, even when there is no chance. And he plays Rook d6. He plays our move. He plays our move, but this wasn't the winning move. And now I would actually ask Sotiris maybe that, Sotiris, if you could now reveal us so that we inform our audience that after Queen d7 check, King f7, what was that incredible move that won the game? Because probably everybody is wondering by now. Rook d6, it puts pressure. Wow, but we have seen, why is computer trolling us?
Rook f7 or Queen c7.
We have analyzed that after Queen b6, Queen d7 check, King f7, Rook d6. But we just stopped that. Okay, but this cannot be because we just go away with the king. But then Rook e7, it is basically very simple, total primitive.
Yes.
Okay, sometimes this is the point, that because it is so trivial, you are searching for something very spectacular.
Queen g1 check unpins the knight. The only chance to unpin the knight.
Yeah, okay, unpin the knight, but
if Rook d1, then Queen d1.
Yeah, maybe that is also, but yeah, okay, I don't know. I will just put it that, is this really, no, okay, but come on. Okay, no, computer, you have, I understand Queen d6 probably wins. That is the point, but this is not the direction that humanly you are looking when you want to finish the game. No, this is completely out of, okay, actually findable, but because it's illogical, it is so difficult in the 9th round in this situation. So I would not fault Nepo for not finding it. We did not believe that this is the right direction. And Rook f7, this is the line. This is what we had been calculating, that Rook d6 is met by Rook f7, and where is the follow-up? Where is the follow-up?
And after all, black is a pawn up.
Black is a pawn up, and black is threatening to walk away, or with Rook d8 try to get rid of the rook.
And the endgame can be very good for black.
Yeah, then the bishop is kind of a horrible piece.
Yes, yes.
So what are we dealing with? What is Nepo's, yeah, let's see his body language after Rook f7.
Maybe before he has to go to set the bishop takes f6, but King f8, no?
He takes bishop f6. Okay, so he pretends that everything is covered, everything is controlled. I know what I'm doing.
And now he said Rook d8, I believe, no?
No, that was with Rook d7. And it was like crazy that Rook d8 was a move at all. And then this bishop e7, Rook d7, bishop c5, Rook d7. Yeah, that was the line where I gave my last energy, last drop.
And then you decided not to analyze.
Yeah, but okay, now I'm back because that was already a psychological, yeah, I was in a complete darkness, in a dark hole. I felt like I'm not going to get out.
No, because after seeing some of your earlier comments with Tanya, with Judith also, I was referring to you as to the machine, to the Hungarian machine. I mean,
of course,
okay, that you are a machine as a player, that's what's clear, okay, but that in analysis you could provide so many lines which made sense.
Yeah, but here now, this is the 5th day that I'm sleeping only like 5 hours, because I'm going to sleep around 3 o'clock at night, and I'm sleeping only till 8:20 comes the alarm. So I'm like completely gone. Yeah, all my energy I channel for the broadcast. I'm giving it for the broadcast, but I have this regime, yeah, because Vincent plays so many tournaments, and I'm working at night from midnight till 3, 4, till 6 a.m. that my body got used to this night regime, and I just cannot fall asleep before 3. So it's not like I'm very tired and I go to bed. Why don't I go at midnight to bed? No, because it's pointless.
Yes.
Exactly then I feel like I'm awake. So by now I have also given all my energy for the tournament. Bishop f6. So Pranav, clock is ticking. 11 minutes, 40 seconds.
So I have, okay, if King f8, then maybe bishop takes e7, no? Rook f7, queen
f6, yeah?
Yeah, so I was thinking that maybe queen c5 or queen a5.
But I mean, I did not like this because b3 will be hanging, yeah? Queen f6, I go to g8.
It's hanging all the time.
And Luki sang queen b3 check. Thank you very much. If we give one check,
Yes,
it's all good.
It's the end, yeah.
So, okay, bishop f6, king f8, Nepo has something else in mind. Will he then?
No, so king f8 is a good move. King
f8 is a good
what
move.
About rook
no,
d8?
he wants bishop takes g5. Because
like
ed is bishop h6 and then queen e8 checkmate. Yeah, this is already okay, but this is the idea. That's why he was actually not searching for anything else, because he was so happy that.
But rook d8, if rook d8, then okay, maybe the same. He takes and then takes on.
No, but here rook d8 is impossible.
Maybe now bishop takes e7 is working. Maybe it is working now. Yes.
Now bishop e7 is working. Yes, because knight e7. We take the queen and rook e7, queen g8 checkmate. Yeah. So wow,
okay,
actually
so
he found the brilliancy. You know, I know Nepo very well. The way how he played rook d6, he signaled that, you know, I have calculated some very brilliant moves. King f8
the king is on the dark
board.
Square, yes.
And I'm expecting Nepo to pick up the g5 pawn with the bishop. But there is queen f2. Is there some queen f2 counter shot against bishop g5? Trying to target the f5
maybe
pawn?
better than queen c5.
Yeah, queen c5 there is rook d5,
yes,
but also after queen f2 there is rook d5, so I'm not sure. Okay, one needs to calculate.
Well, white maintains control, but it's funny he doesn't win.
It is kind of strange. Yeah, if after bishop takes g5 there is nothing concrete, like Vincent also told that he was completely sure that when he continued with e takes f7 and queen takes g5, that relying on rook h6 and it will be nice. And he missed this queen c3 check. Queen c3, queen e5. That it's
the
direct.
queen is once again an issue.
Yeah, that it's direct perpetual check. Otherwise, it's horrible position. Just downstairs, we see some evaluation. So Kamsky is still doing great. Bortnik is pressing against Tabatabai. Mendonça has a clear advantage. And Hans Niemann seems to be winning. Yeah, that's how I see it. I see some minuses there. But I'm not sure, it's very small letters. But this is so fascinating. Okay, we have to focus on this. This is the game that is still played on stage. But maybe let's check out Harika just to get the... Yeah, Hans is winning indeed. And maybe bird's eye view to see Harika. Because she needs a draw. If she makes a draw, she is basically guaranteed qualifying. And we talked here with MVL and Vincent. They all kind of agreed. Of course, she played brilliantly. She needs to qualify. So... we are big fans of Badur, but I think even Badur understands and forgives us if we feel like it would be great if Harika makes it.
But we already admitted that we are fans of everybody.
Well, but okay, Badur is an old friend, very nice person. Okay, Harika is like a hero in India, so I can imagine what it would mean for Indian chess. Because actually, I think Arjun Edigaisi is the one who so far achieved quite some things in freestyle. The Gukesh and Prag had been suffering a little bit, but now also Aryan Chopra made his mark, here in the tournament. And Harika is trying to qualify.
Okay, but it seems that the engines think the horse is behind.
Yeah, but somehow I'm worried. This knight on d4, this is your knight. This is your 80 knight.
And it's an extra pawn also.
Yes, I'm thinking about moves like knight b2, knight takes d3, idea cd, rook takes a2. Can we try to force a draw like this?
Maybe yes, but maybe he has rook a5. That was my. That was. I mean, knight b2, rook a5 was my worry.
Yeah, she will go knight b2, yes, because okay, this is also the Indian school of chess, lot of calculation, very, very resourceful players. Okay, the Ramesh school of chess, with all these crazy exercises, incredible challenges. So I'm pretty sure that Harika is extremely good at that.
You know, speaking about Ramesh, it was funny. In 1994, I played the Open in Linares, which was a very strong Open. And
yes, it was. Svidler won it, no?
There were many editions. I don't remember who won it that year. Maybe not him that year, but maybe before he won it in '93. But out of the first 7 rounds, I played with 6 Indians, and the first round
already
was
then, yes.
No, it was the first. No, that was the first time, and the first opponent was Ramesh.
Oh, wow.
He was just a good-looking boy. I mean, okay, teenager. It was a Catalan. I only beat 1 or 2 of them. I beat an older one, Lalit Babu.
Lalit Babu.
Who was, I mean, closer to my generation.
Yes.
I also played Tipsey, which was also some
of course,
sort of...
Tipsey is legendary too. I was studying his games. Some of his games came into my repertoire, so I know the name very well.
Yes, Tipsey was not a bad player, yes. But these were young. I only remember Ramesh because I was talking to him a lot during the tournament. So it was something like 6 out of the first 7 rounds. And it was the first ever tournament when they arrived.
So many, yes. But wait a second, I want to find out if there was a big turn that did Badur, for example, maybe assume that he is just much better and miss this concrete knight b2 idea, because rook a5 is simply met by rook fg2, and I will be chasing that rook, and there is a back rank mate. Actually. So it's not easy to stop it.
So maybe this is what he should...
Wait a second, rook takes g7, because Badur had a clear advantage before. Rook g5, c3, and Harika creating herself, with knight a4 and rook dg1, knight b2. And she gets up and goes for a walk. She's confident. She's confident with 9 minutes 44 seconds on the clock. She has found a tactical kind of solution, which is what you want when your opponent has such a blockading monster piece that you cannot otherwise touch.
But he must probably go for that variation with repetition, because if he allows knight takes d3, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. There is this idea that I simply ignore. For example, I play something like a3, takes and king b1, and I try to play king a2, king b3, and still rely on this knight. Then, okay, of course, you destroyed my structure, took the soul of my position. You are close to draw, but maybe I can still press something.
That sounds very melodramatic. You took my soul.
Okay, the d3 pawn, no?
Yes,
isn't this the soul? Yeah, it is the soul.
But it sounds very melodramatic.
It is, well, it is dramatic. Chess is dramatic, and we feel the pain. We are with the players. We are rooting for all the players because we know exactly what it means, how much effort they are putting into. Yeah, it is just incredible, and that's why I feel like every single player, and there you go, a3 Badur. Badur is my man. And that's exactly what I'm worried for Harika, that she plays a brilliant tournament, she fights here incredibly well, but not that finally after the Badur with his incredible class will squeeze out the win, because that would be completely heartbreaking for Harika and for her fans. And we are talking about open tournaments. We know that this is very unfair. Very often it is unfair. If you lose the last round, you can fall back. She did not take on d3. She played a6. So she's covering the b5 square. But okay, this helps. So what does it mean? That after knight takes d3, cd, rook a2, rook b5 was something that she was worried of. But I did not believe in this.
C2? C2 no.
Well, C2, there I...
Knight b3.
C2, knight b3, then my rook is trapped. So wow, maybe this was the reason why she played a6, because of rook b5. Very interesting. Yeah, computer says it's dead draw. Thank you very much. It is a big help.
It's a typical...
It's a very big help. White is piece up. Basically, if there is no direct continuation, one would think that the game is over, but Crazy.
Yes, because if you play rook HB2,
Then rook G8 check.
Yeah, there will be a
that
rook
is the
yes,
problem.
in
Yes.
the end. Yes,
I
yes,
also
yes.
wanted this first, like after
Yes,
1
yes.
second, because takes would work in black's
King
favor.
C2,
Then,
rook there, but then there is
there is always this rook G8 check.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And white collects the pawn. So this is impossible to rely on. Interesting, what was the refutation? In any case, okay, live action is after a6. Harika indicates that I'm going to take on d3, but actually, if Badur's idea was to start
then
marching...
this is an extra tempo.
That's an extra tempo, exactly. That is an extra tempo. And yeah, they are on 5.5. Still, with 6.5, actually, you might get a good prize. So it's understandable that Badur is fighting. After all, he came all the way here.
Yes.
Everybody wants to give their best till the very last moment.
For us Europeans, it looks like the center of the world somehow. But if you're coming from other continents, it's not.
It's a long journey.
Yes.
Well, you travel 2,000 kilometers to get here.
Yes, but
yeah,
I come from Finisterre, how the Latin Romans called it. It's the end of the land.
From Galicia.
Yes. It was true, this Finisterre, it was true until 1492 when Columbus, drinking wine from my region, mixed up the continents and...
wow.
Yes.
Yeah, Columbus was my hero. I was reading everything about him in my childhood. I liked very much Magellan, Columbus, yeah, all these explorers.
Yes. It was also the year when Spain, I mean, it existed already. I mean, the Catholic kings, they married and they united Aragon with Castilla, and then they expelled the last Arabian, there was the last caliphate in Cordoba.
Yeah, in
so
Cordoba,
it was that same year, 1492.
Yeah, actually now we are planning with my wife to go to that region, to Cordoba, Sevilla, and
Sevilla
Granada.
is incredibly beautiful. I mean, to just walk in the center, yes.
Yeah, that's why we are planning, but we never have time. Yeah, we are making the plans, but somehow always some tournament, always training camp.
If you come close to Galicia, just give us a call.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But yeah, Badur says, well, I want to travel here in this board with my king. Let's maybe start the journey, because I cannot stop knight takes d3. I have to ignore it.
Yes, why doesn't he play it? No, probably he thought that...
he can play this rook b5.
Yes, but it's very strange that that one is supposed to be equal.
Yes.
It's very strange.
Yeah, well, one more task for Sotiris. Sotiris, please, if you have time, just inform us that after a3, if black would have taken knight takes d3, c takes d3, rook a2, rook b5, what was the stunning computer move? Why black is surviving according to computer? Because we are already unable to find that. And since Badur is thinking, it is very important to understand this.
Maybe, but it was just something like, I don't know, rook d2 or just to grab pawns.
Yeah, but I felt like maybe I can play rook b3 and then I will set, if you take, then I have knight c2 and...
Yeah.
Wow, lots of moves, of course, everything is 0-0. Every single move, yeah, we can just pass the opponent
I can sleep
yes.
in peace.
Yeah, actually the move that so-called, it was logical for me is rook a1 check, rook b1, rook a2.
And threaten c2.
Threaten c2, but I thought like, and what is the point, yeah?
No, threaten c2.
Actually, computer also says that moves like a6 and then probably hiding, getting out with the king.
Not easy to make progress with white.
No, okay.
But of course, a6 was... no, so I felt that maybe, yes, it was that white cannot untie himself. But
yes, but okay, of course, players are very tired. You feel it, and then you see that, but you have this a6 alternative, then why should I go crazy by sacrificing immediately my knight?
And if king b1, what does he say? King B1 now.
After King, double X clam. Thank you very much. Yeah, only for advantage. Yes, that's what basically I have intuitively highlighted. Yes,
even if with a tempo less, you suggested it.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
No,
this is my line.
Actually, I think that's a bit problematic for black already.
It's problematic, yes. Seemingly there is very little material, but the knight is not able to reach e6. And there you go. Jobava, of course, a brilliant player, former 2740 player, of course, plays the move King B1. And the king is heading out of the danger zone, and the knight on d4 is beautifully protecting the c2 pawn.
Yeah, no, this could be
very unpleasant. With the two rooks and the knight combination, there is no
and there's
liquidation.
Also an extra pawn, just in case there is an extra pawn.
Well, after knight d3, it's equal pawns.
Yeah, but I will take the pawn on d3.
You will most probably take, yes.
Yes,
because the tempo was very important in my mind, that after knight d3, yeah, she will take.
Yes.
Clearly, a knight takes d3, king a2 will be played. That against knight b2, we are in time to play king b3 to stop knight c4.
Yes.
That was key.
Yes.
Probably it was one of the key lines. So knight d3 is the live board. And Badur plays, wow, Badur first even ignores rook d5. But wait a second, I wanted to play king a2. He plays rook d5. This is...
But now there is this...
Interesting, but little
this
strange.
rook g2 thing, no?
Well, but he's trying to trap this knight, yeah? But where do we go with the knight in order to trap it? Because actually the knight is trapped. Okay, it can go to b2. Of course, yeah, what am I saying? Trapped. There is this b2 square, but I thought like king a2, king b3 was so important to cover everything.
No, he probably wants rook g7.
Yeah, he wants rook g7, yeah. Saying that my king is not...
No, but rook g7, then check, and knight c1, there is at least a perpetual.
But you already said that this rook fg2, and then there is this perpetual with rook h1, knight c1.
Yes, actually.
If we can make that work, yeah? For example, how can I... Do I go rook hg2 or rook fg2?
But then,
Is this a difference? Yeah, because let's just show that after takes, rook f1, king a2, there's this stunning box. And this is, Harika is very capable of calculating. This is great news for Indian fans. Wow, because after king a2, there is no more tactical possibility.
No, actually, I saw this in a flash, and then I somehow forgot it. Yeah.
Yes.
That was...
Yeah, we just chased this rook. There, okay, rook h1, rook h2 doesn't make any difference. And against rook d1, we have rook d2.
And it didn't improve. No.
And we keep on chasing. Wow, but this is breaking news. This is unbelievable.
So if now knight c6 check after rook d2.
Rook d1, rook d2?
Rook d2, knight...
You have to make a move.
Knight, I don't know.
And she's about to make a move. The knight jumps away. Okay, we move with the king, and then what?
Rook d3.
Yeah, okay, but then we take on d1 and take on c6, and okay, we will make this draw.
It's still an extra pawn, I mean, okay.
Yeah. But okay, this we will make a draw.
Yes, of course.
I'm not worried about this, so all eyes on Harika, and she will, this I'm pretty sure that she will find. She's a monster calculator.
But very strange that, okay, the rook d5 is a beautiful move, but...
Yeah, there you go. She plays maybe rook fg2 or rook hg2, it does not matter at all. It is just random. And look at the excitement, because she understands if it works, then it's a draw on the spot. And she plays it. Look, fg2. That might be her ticket to the next woman FIDE Freestyle World Championship. In fact, the very first one. The very first championship. Incredible. Incredible. And it will be so deserved. Of course, Badur will be the only one that will feel that I played a great game. I played a great game. I should have won it, and then I get a good prize. And like this, he will be empty-handed. But Harika played so well in this tournament. She deserves. She simply deserves.
No, but you know, I believe that everything is deserved in chess. I mean, I lost many games from better positions. I drew many won positions. But I don't think that luck exists. I mean, you win, you deserve to win. Doesn't matter how. I mean, no, and she deserves because she'll make a draw. I mean,
no, okay, she fought like crazy, yeah? She fought back.
Yes.
I believe at some point it was like +1 point some advantage for Badur, and she created chances. And then she also used her chance. That is also very important.
Until the end now, for instance, yes. Knight b2 and...
Maybe can we go on both players? I also want to see how Badur is taking this. Yeah, look at this. He's in a state of shock completely, that he cannot believe it, that I blundered this trick with rook g2, rook h1, or tactic or trick, how you want to call it, a cheapo, that rook takes g2, rook h1 ends the game on the spot because of king a2, knight c1 check. There is no way to get out. This is a typical kind of mechanism. King to b1, the knight falls back, gives a check. Yeah, I can even put it on the board one more time.
After king a2, the trick doesn't work.
Yeah, then doesn't work, of course.
No, because knight c1, king b1, but then I have a tempo to play a4, for instance.
No, but then my king is already out of the danger.
So just play...
you mean here? No, because here king a2.
Ah, but there is no rook g2.
There is no rook g2 at all.
No, but even if it was, then take and check on c1 first, king b1 takes, and then I play a4. And you don't have the mechanism anymore.
Yeah, no, but okay.
No, but it's not even possible.
Yeah, doesn't work, but in the game it works, and look at this, the heartbreak on Badur's face. He cannot believe it. He cannot believe it. He actually played rook d5 with such a good feeling, like I was very smart.
It's a beautiful move.
It is a beautiful move, yes. But he should have first escorted his king from the back rank. Yeah, and he takes and draw agreed. And with this, we know and Badur is saying that I could have played king a2. Oh my God, I was an idiot. This is how you feel as a player always. Yeah, you are very critical of yourself, that how I have missed this. I should have played that.
But he's gentle with her, so...
Yeah, of course, okay, Badur is a gentleman. Badur is sometimes misunderstood because he's very outspoken, but he's a very good person with amazing heart. And look at how relieved Harika is. She cannot believe that it's over. After king a2, it would have been a torture for the next hour.
How young she looks. She looks like a teenager.
Of course. But she has been there for a very long time, yeah? Like for 10 years.
Yes. No, but she looks now so young because of happiness.
Because of happiness, of course, yes. She cannot believe, but it is so deserved. It is so incredibly deserved. I was already feeling so sad that if she loses this game because Badur plays brilliantly and then she misses out because somebody from behind wins against some weaker players and overtakes her. No, this is finally justice prevailed here at the cost of poor Badur. Yeah, look at this. She played against Liang Gavande. Yeah, she won thanks to this blunder, but anyway, the position was draw. Lost to Yakubev. Played against Max Todlu. Drew against Aronyan. We don't know exactly who Roman Yabukin is, but then she won against Sergei Klokin, the young Armenian phenomenon. She won and then drew against... Come on. With this performance, you don't qualify them with what? Sensational stuff. And actually, be warned in the Freestyle World Championship, because Harika made a statement that this game suits her very well. If you fight against these guys like this, but yeah, all eyes now on Pranav against Nyepo. What's going on there? Is Nyepo winning? It seems like he is winning. Well, he finds the bishop e5 move and he tricked Pranav.
But how did this go?
Wow, so after bishop takes f6, we hardly missed out on any move. King f8, bishop e5, and Pranav fell into Nyepo's geniusness after rook d8, seemingly eliminating the rook, and then Nyepo f6, boom. And there is a mate on e8. Once again, this ed, bishop d6, king g8, queen e8, white sacrifices every single piece to finally deliver checkmate. Oof. This is probably what Jan calculated before going rook d6.
So what was the defense after bishop e5? Let's try to guess.
Yeah, we have to guess, but yeah, let's keep the... Yeah, and look at poor Pranav. Yeah, he cannot believe, and we know that he lost the first game in a dramatic manner, in a great fight against MVL, this fantastic game. And then now he's about to get checkmated by Nepo, and that means that he will finish with 6 points.
Yeah, but you understand that if he, I don't know, apparently there is a saving move instead of rook d8. If he didn't see that move, for him it is that in this game he just lost. I mean, he was just crushed.
Yeah, he was crushed from the beginning, actually. It was a very bad opening.
He does not know that actually Nepo let him escape from...
Yes.
So, I mean, no, maybe he saw in the meantime the move we are not aware of.
But maybe he understood that, yeah, he had not even maybe, for sure he understood that, yeah, before he had a very bad position, and now things are giving some hope, and exactly when he felt like there was a hope, he blundered this f6, and probably he played the move rook d8 with the intention that now I'm out of the woods. Yeah, this is the reason why he's taking it now so badly.
No, I mean, look, when you lose, I mean, that's the end.
Yeah.
I mean, when you lose a game, you know how it is. I mean, it doesn't matter how you lost it. It's for that day, it's your end.
It is. And sometimes not only for one day. Yeah?
Well, it depends on
how important it was.
It depends on how everybody reacts. No.
Look at Stockfish's evaluation. Yeah, there we had this. Yeah, rook d8 was a very big mistake. But this computer evaluation, this crazy position in the 9th round, after playing already today, I don't know, for 8 hours altogether, in lines that we were unable to even guess a move. It just, look at this. There was suddenly this chance there for Pranav to survive, but throughout the game he was on the back foot. And clock times. Maybe that carried him away, that Nepo is suddenly also on 4 minutes. Yeah, you hardly see Nepo on 4 minutes, so he felt like if he couldn't find a kill before, then 17 minutes was spent by Jan on bishop to e5. 17 minutes. Probably during those 17 minutes, Pranav was also cutting the bishop takes g5 direction.
Yes, probably.
Yeah. And he makes a move. He takes rook d6. Nepo is making the typical Nepo face expression like, wait a second, but that's it, finish. What are you doing? But there was no move. Seemingly, everything should win, actually. I mean, bishop takes d6.
Yeah, to take something.
Why can't we just take very simple bishop d6?
Yeah, that's...
I'm just not sure that fe7 is not even better, but...
Because if rook f6, then queen f6. So
yes. White is just having such a pleasant choice.
But maybe it's better f takes e7, maybe it's a bit committal.
Yes, I did not want to commit anything.
Because you want to take the rook anyway, so just take it.
And I feel like after bishop d6, then maybe queen d8 is the only move, which might even be transposition. Because fe7, knight e7, bishop takes d6, queen d8 is the same complete packet, which I don't believe. Yeah, it is resignation. Yeah, this is nothing moves.
Yes.
Maybe you just play rook e2, king a2, and you look at the opponent, resign, because you cannot move. No, that is horrible. And what else can black do after bishop d6? I don't see another move. So after bishop takes d6, we are starting to take fe, and after king e8, even queen f7, and there you go, Nepo will take on d6. You don't want to complicate matters, let's keep it simple. Queen d8 is kind of the only move, but there is also this force win after queen d8.
But he loses the queen.
Loses the queen, yes. I can just take.
Queen f6, yes. Queen h8 and rook d1.
Yes, if queen e7, then queen c8 wins the queen, and rook e7. Well, actually, queen f6 is the most straightforward.
Okay, or rook f1. Yeah, I mean, he loses the queen somehow.
He loses the queen,
Somehow
king d7, rook d1.
Yes.
So that's it. Nepo then also finishes on 7 points, but he will be very disappointed that he was kicking himself after that miss against Mendonça in the previous round. And Mendonça himself was about to win, I believe. Yeah, that would catapult him also to shared third position if he wins against Kadrich. We don't know yet how that result ended, but
Kamsky, it's already
yeah,
equality.
Mendonça won.
And Kamsky's position is equal.
Is equal, yes. Lianga won there is holding his ground according to computer. Abdusatov is still pressing. And Nyepo is kind of relieved. And King G8 played, but where is this king running? There is nowhere to run. Now the FE7 just finishes the game because we have to take 97 and we will be piece up for nothing. I'm not even sure I can even play Rook F1. Yeah, after FE97, it's enough to take the piece, but Rook F1 is resignation on the spot.
Yeah, if Bishop E7, he wants to take on E6 and give 2 checks to take the pawn on G2.
Yeah, but Rook F1, yeah, just,
But
yeah,
Rook F1,
and look at this, yeah, Nyepo is like, wait a second, but I will just finish this game off. We don't continue this game. We're just not gonna continue this game. FE7, knight E7, Rook F1. This is the line that I'm kind of talking about, and there is this pin, and the queen cannot interfere into the action.
If knight F5.
Yeah, FE7 played. Let's wait for the moves because they will appear pretty soon. And besides, White can also just take on E7 the knight, and also
The
it's
endgame
over.
is still one, yes. Yeah, and there is no rook takes E7 because the rook is pinned.
The rook is pinned, yes.
There is no perpetual, I mean.
Yeah, if Nyepo doesn't want to calculate anything of this Rook F1, Knight F5, then you just take on E7. It is very simple, and Black can resign. Because maybe there is some, there should be some hope for Pranav. Does he calculate this Rook F1, Knight F5, and
yeah, but there is Queen E8 and Bishop E5, for instance, and
it should be made, yeah, because
it could be a yeah, it should be
Queen
a mate.
E8, King G7, Bishop E5, King G6, Queen G8, and then you pick up the Rook. It looks good enough, but you want to do that, or you just take the piece. Okay, let's leave that to Nyepo. It's down to 2 minutes. Down to 2 minutes. Yeah, and Nyepo is like, okay, but I can do this, I can do that. Okay, which one I should
But
choose?
of course,
and he takes on E7. Yeah, this is the this is the simplest, because you know that your opponent will resign after Bishop E7. There are no tricks, nothing to calculate.
But in that position, he could also play Rook takes F5 because you give a check, King C2, you take on G2, I go King D3, no more checks.
Yes, but we already don't want to calculate a single line. We have also seen Magnus's body language. He was also completely
I was
exhausted.
just proud that I found a clear cut win even after
of
that.
Course.
But of course...
But you are still fresh. You just arrived. You arrived yesterday, or when did you arrive?
No. I have been hit all the time.
Ah, okay, then you are even more fresh.
Yes.
Okay, no, then...
yes.
Wow.
No, but of course this is just simple, I mean...
Yes. So Nyepo finishes on high note, sharing third place, and he actually has a good tie break. I don't know if that means anything for the prize fund. I don't know what is the exact system, if the prizes are shared completely, or there is sometimes in Germany this hoard system. Sometimes there's a hoard system. I have no idea what it is. It might also come handy. King D3, Rook G2, then Bishop takes G5, Rook G3, Bishop E3. King F7 played. Rook falls back. Of course, we had Cemento. Yeah, poor Pranav. Yeah, this is only played out because of frustration. Yeah, look at all the pain, everything. He knows that he was so close in the morning. Even not just in the morning when he started the game, but even then, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave had told us that Pranav played some brilliant moves with all this bishop takes f5 and everything. There was a chance to eventually. And Nepo goes for the pawn endgame. He just wants his opponent to design.
Well, there you could say this Korchnoi text, but he doesn't have enough time.
Yes.
Are you having a good time playing with me? Do you enjoy yourself?
Yes.
Actually, the position was similar to this, and Korchnoi had time. So, and actually, the opponent's flag fell.
Yeah, and there is resignation. Yes. Yeah, poor Pranav. He played such an incredible tournament.
Yeah, but okay, with the exception of one move today, I mean, which Nepo didn't find.
Yes, but look at this, look at this, yeah. So basically, he won against Nihal Stalin. That was the very big game, and against Duda he drew. And then against MVL, yeah, that was the critical game. Yeah, that was the, after that loss, when I saw the pairing that poor Pranav plays against Nepo with black in this state of shock, then it was already clear that this will be a very difficult.
No, so he basically had one game out of his category, let's say, with Sarin. Because okay, Yusupov, okay, was a great player, but okay,
yes,
but now he counts as a 25 something. So
so
of course, an important win, but it's not out of his class.
Of course, yes. No, and I think Artur also does not have any expectations towards himself playing against the modern top young guys, because of course they are much more fresh.
Yes.
Artur hardly plays any tournament, so I feel like also Artur did very well that he actually was.
Yes, of course. Okay, he lost that drawn ending. I mean,
but an unpleasant ending.
Unpleasant, of course.
The good news is that Pranav takes the energy, the mental energy to discuss a little bit, because this eases your soul. I always feel like this is so important to discuss what you saw. There I saw like this, then you discuss with your opponent, then you get some comfort.
But Nepo played a good game. I mean, okay, there was a mistake there, but we don't know where the draw was.
Yes.
So.
Okay, computers are always finding some.
Yes, but let's say it was a reasonably good, accurate game.
Yes.
And some beautiful nuances.
Man, what a tournament, and it is almost kind of like an unofficial world championship, because here we play with classical time control, so many brilliant players are here. When you see, for example, whom Vincent and whom Magnus faced, there you see that what incredible lineup they had as an opposition. Also Nepo, because there was this moment when he played with Abdusatov and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave on the same day or something.
Yes, because, okay, we have the 8 candidates busy there, but
everyone else kind of.
There are another 8 players of almost the same level, I mean, here.
Yes. If we can just have a look at Nepo's run, against whom did he play, because I think that was also very impressive. That's why he has a fantastic tiebreak as well. I think Magnus and Nepo were among the, and there you see, third round, Van Veli, fourth round, Max Toddu, Sadana, Vachier-Lagrave, Abdusatov, Mendonca, Pranav. Look at this. This is what we are talking about, that this is a real world championship. It is not just a Swiss event, this is a real world championship. Being happy, of course, finishing on high, but clearly Nepo is very unhappy that he did not win the previous game, so that he would have had the chance. And here we see Karthikeyan against...
But it was not so obviously won. I mean, he had to find moves. He played C6.
Of course, but he expects from himself to find those moves.
He played the obvious knight C6 relatively quickly. And after that, it's not clear if it was a win.
So actually, we have tons of action, because Karthikeyan against Hans Niemann, the position is technically, well, it was won. It looks technically won, but the engine says exactly now rook c1 check. Wait a second. Did Hans miss something? Because this one with the hanging c7 pawn, it means that black cannot play king d4, then black can just, I mean, white can just trade on b6 and we are unable to keep the connected pass pawns. That means that we are forced to go to b5, but this king b5 business, no, he goes king d4, he had to go king d4, but this one is now very drawish.
Yeah, it looks like you have to take the pawn on b7 somehow, and then...
yes. He played...
So
yeah,
takes and rook c8 to go rook b8 to eliminate that pawn and then forget about...
yeah, he played king d4. He took it back. But finally played king d4 because I already saw that he played king d4. And now we just take. Just take on b6. Black cannot take back with the knight because of rook takes c7.
And if
and after cb, then rook c8.
We eliminate that pawn so that black doesn't have... if black wins the rook for 2 pawns, which is not very probable, then it will be just a draw. If the pawn b7...
Okay, there is still some little care that one has to take, and the Karthikeyan is down to 12 seconds. What? He plays rook d1 check. He does not even go for this. He can just give eternal check, so what? Wow. This is when we just jump into the game. We have no idea what's really going through the mind of the players. I was so happy that I can take and make a draw.
But there will be some... and if king c4, then okay, he has to take them because the rook c1, knight c3, and I'm not sure. I'm so happy.
Which move you want?
If king c4
king
now.
King c4, yeah, I guess.
Take on b6, I think it's best.
Because king e5, yeah, king e4, king e5. Okay, Hans goes king e4. I think he wants to give a check. I think he wants to give a check.
For some reasons, I didn't see the f4 square. But
yeah, there's the f4 square, but after king f4, he wants to trade and then attack the c7 pawn. But I don't really understand why he was thinking that this is so good. That why is this better than the other one? That after king f4, rook takes b6, knight b6, rook e7 is what he's counting. But no, then knight d5, rook d7, king e5. Yeah, that's what I calculated. That was not working. So let's just show that takes. My feeling was that it is rook c1.
But knight d5 anyway.
But then knight d5 anyway. I'm just puzzled that why is this better than the other one when we destroy the pawn structure. Okay, rook e1 check, all eyes on Hans, how he reacts. Karthikeyan is under a minute.
No, very strange. We saw little time not to go to that ending, which is obviously drawn.
That should be drawn. Yeah, he maybe panicked, yeah, that this b5, b4, and then king d4, king c4, knight c3, or b3, knight b4, not that he, but okay, it cannot be because then finally something will happen. It cannot be that that is lost. But now, why is Hans thinking about king f4? So we are missing something. Karthikeyan is also a great calculator. He should have calculated his way.
But I used one evaluation by Korchine during our one of our post-mortem analysis. If that doesn't work, bad luck, but you have to play like that. No, in that case, it was about an advantage, not about making a draw, but you have to go there. If it's not good, bad luck.
Yes,
so
what to do, yeah. Yeah, so I'm not really understanding, and Hans is taking his time, so he's double, triple checking that how are we taking, because white has to take, knight takes
maybe
b6,
rook b1, maybe rook b1 now.
And we just hold the position like this, yeah?
And then the king advances to take the... But of course, the other one was more simple.
Okay, maybe he says that this is simple enough because black's king has to walk back all the way to c6.
Yeah.
And by that time you take and then you come back.
Yes, also. The pawn
maybe this is clinical. So it means that after rook e1 check, black might have to try to go the other way.
To c4.
Yes. Which he did not want from the beginning, but... yes, because then the problem is that if we do this,
king c4,
then after knight c3 I'm taking and I'm... No, but king e3...
Ah, but there is king e3, yeah?
Yeah, king e3, b5, king d2, b4, and just king c2 or move the rook f1.
Yeah.
And okay, this should be with the king close to the pawn and we eliminate this, should be a dead draw.
Yes, yes,
so
yes.
wow, then Karthikeyan seems to escape and Hans will go crazy because according to computer he was winning at some moment. We don't know how clear that was, but wow. Okay, we will keep an eye, we continue this game. I also see that Maxime Lagarde, according to computer, is kind of fighting back against Abdusattorov. Lian Gavander seems to hold against Kamsky. Who knows? We haven't seen the position, what's going on there. Well, and I'm seeing some games from the ladies. Maria Muzichuk played also against a very strong Uzbek grandmaster Vohidov, and she lost. That is very bad news for her. Because she was the other one with 5.5. That means that all the players who had 5 points from the ladies will have a chance. Let me see some result. Ooh, but look at this. Dominguez beat Hamdamonova, which means that she remained on 5 points. Aravi Chithamran beat Kotenashvili. So all the ladies, Maria Rabidze drew with Sergei Movsesyan. Maybe that will be very important.
And Antonetta Stefanova also.
Stefanova drew against Daniel Friedman, which might be like a win, a big win. Kamidanova drew with Artur Yusupov. And my Narva is, wow, back and forth against Hari Krishna. Super important games there for the ladies section. What a complete craziness. All will be decided in the final. And Dina Wagner won against Alina Bivol against a direct concurrent. That will be also great news for her. Wow. So much action there. Drama. We will have to have then confirmation once all the games finish. That what happens here, the action continues just as we expected. King f4, rook takes b6. And after knight takes b6, very well spotted that what white cannot let happen, that the knight jumps back to d5, then we cannot fix the pawns.
Yeah, and it's
rook to b1.
Rook b1, yes.
Yes. Yeah, this is the point. He will escape. But then Niemann can only finish on 6.5 points. That will be very upsetting for him if he really had a winning chance, so he was winning in this game. Because with a good tie break, he could have finished quite high. Yeah, let's just put it on analysis board that this is the problem. This is the reason why Hans is thinking that here he cannot move and his king has to walk all the way back to protect the pawns before he can start any action, and then white in the meantime will collect and come back with the king, and that is a theoretical draw. So we might be seeing c takes b6 played out, but then of course Karthikeyan was very clever luring the king away from the center.
Rook e8.
Yeah, then
rook b8,
exactly.
Yes.
Then we come and there is no more issue. There's nothing to calculate even. It will be an automatic draw. Maybe bird's eye view. Do we have? I think we have bird's eye view because they are playing next to each other. Now we know what's going on. What's happening up the side of Lagarde? What a crazy position. What is this? Exchange up, but black has a monster pawn on a2. And there are no mating ideas that should hold for Lagarde. He picks up the h3 pawn as well.
But also look at Kamsky. He's a full exchange up, and apparently it's a draw.
There is nothing to come. So yeah, what an incredible save by Lian Gavander, and what a frustration for Kamsky that if this game is really drawn like this, this is a fortress. Look at that bishop on g5, bishop on f4, covering the g5, e5 pawns, and white's king cannot really get closer because the bishop on f5 completely dominates. Well, the only way for white to make progress is to somehow try to get the bishop to e2, kick that bishop away from the diagonal, then put bishop d3 and try to go, but then you start targeting the g4 pawn. I don't believe white can.
Yeah, it looks very problematic.
Yeah, it is. And Bortnik is winning against Tabatabai. That would be a huge win for him. Bishop b2 is a threat, and then the b pawn marshes, so it is not a race. You just kick that knight away and win. And Bok, Nyalsarin end in a draw, so they are out of contention for anything major. So Niemann made a move. He captured with the knight, rook b1, king e4, so basically the line that we talked about.
So is rook b1 on the board?
It's already on the board, yeah, king e4, of course king e4 in order to avoid king f3, so he wins the tempo, but white can probably just...
King e2.
King e2, yeah, you just pass, keep the rook on b1 as far away from the knight.
Or check.
Yeah, but okay, let's just stick to king e2, yeah, anyway you have to...
Yeah, no, I mean, you cannot really go wrong here.
But wait a second, Abdusatov is making some progress, or is this now forced draw because tempi play? Now, black will have to trade rooks and then play bishop g2, and rook takes a2, king d7 and king d6 just in time to, because rook b5. Wow, but rook b5? What is rook b5?
Maybe he didn't see king d7.
I thought that, yeah, that was his whole point, that takes bishop g2 and king d7. Oof, yeah, the players are very tired. The players are extremely tired. Yeah, Karthikeyan also played the move king e2. Yeah, he's already on the right track. He will hold this. Hans will go crazy. Gata will go crazy for not winning this position that was completely in apparently the fortress.
So now how does he win, Abdusattorov? Okay, this is one.
Yeah, he played rook if now the rook is coming and there will be this mating pattern.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
rook h5, rook h8.
This is what I wanted. Yeah,
yes, and now the a2 pawn because the king moved away from the back rank. It's
yeah, that is important.
That is very important. Yeah, okay, no. Poor Maxim played such a good tournament and he held his own against Abdusattorov by miracle, and then throws it away like this. Oof. Very tough after the game if he knows that, yeah, he could have just drawn the game. Actually, in a very simple manner.
But why not king e6 Tabatabai? After...
Yeah, that's also another calculation. Maybe bishop e5? Can I play bishop e5?
No, but...
no, I mean even after king e6. Could I have tried to play bishop e5?
King e6, so bishop e5, king d7.
Yes. Okay, the players are carrying, and bishop d4.
No, maybe it's a mistake.
Maybe it's an error.
Yes, yes.
Is this an error?
Bishop e5, I thought.
Wait a second, you can just take and king e6, and you will be in time with the king. Total hallucination by Bortnik with 7.5 minutes. I mean, knight d4, king e6, yeah, knight d4, king e6, king e4, king d6, king f4, king c5, king g4, king b5, king f5, king c5, king f6, king d6, king g7, king e7, and king takes h7, king f7, draw. Unbelievable.
But he didn't see bishop e5. I mean, it's so typical. But it's
no, but it's not about seeing or not seeing. You have 8 minutes on the clock.
Yes.
Why to rush with the critical decision?
Yes.
How come you rush?
Yes.
This is shocking. This is completely shocking, and yeah, Abdusattorov wins. The good news for Abdusattorov is that he could just chill because he's already qualified for Weissenhaus as a bronze medalist.
Okay, so he brought the bishop there, as you said, but now As you said, the pawn on G4.
Yeah, and then what next? Yeah, okay, you protect, but anyway, there is no hope of the bishops are too strong, and there are too many weak pawns.
But okay, he can still go wrong somehow.
Yeah, he will, but there is no breaks. Yeah, the bishops are just so incredibly powerful. The king will not even be able to cross over to the queen side.
But there are some moves in here.
Yeah, there are some moves.
He attacked.
Well, we see it there.
Yeah, I saw that.
We see it there. Yeah, that king e2, king d4, rook f1, and then he will take on f5.
I saw in the video.
You saw it on the video. Yes.
Okay.
So I think this is maybe good to monitor everything. There is nothing dramatic why we should be heading there, but we can do anything. If you feel that some better setup, then feel free to suggest if you want to zoom in on some player or something, some of the boards, which is dramatic. But suddenly after Botnik misplayed the endgame, it's not dramatic anymore.
I think the body language may be interesting in Botnik.
Yeah, but probably we don't have camera from Botnik. We are already too far away.
And then Abdusattorov.
Abdusattorov, yeah, let's see Abdusattorov.
Let's see him.
Yeah, because this one goes on forever, it's now a draw. Yeah, Abdusattorov, we see him from behind against Maxim. And yeah, Maxim is very angry. Okay, he had a great chance. He had a great chance to escape. Yeah, wow. So Abdusattorov, yeah, he needs to win, and he will win. Maybe we can just let me pull up the game and then show this moment when Maxime Lagarde, I'm losing my mind, Maxim, they are very good friends, could have made the draw, because now there is nothing to talk about. The rook on a7 is beautifully protecting against the black pawn queening, and we are combining it with all these problems against black's king, and even the white king is marching forward. Black has no counterplay, nothing to hope for. The body language also signals that, yeah, Maxim knows it. And let me just very quickly show this, because this was insane. After rook e2, Maxim could have taken and played bishop g2, and after rook takes a2, yes, bishop d5 doesn't work due to rook d2. Probably this was the problem that he saw, but he can just play king d7, and there is no way that white can protect the pawn. And then next move whether you can take, or if white protects, then you play king d6 and you take and shake hands.
Yes, and the white king cannot do anything.
Yes, the king is too far away, so this was an incredibly missed chance. And now in this hopeless situation, he has to fight. Rook h8, check, bishop e8 on the board.
But now he just plays, he can just play rook h8, king d7, takes rook h, e8, queens, rook e d8, and then
d6 check. Yeah, that is the clinical force way of finishing the game. Rook a8, king d7, rook takes e8, a1 queen. Seemingly you lure away the rook, but no, first white can give a check. Then the king
wherever you go, d6
goes, exactly, no matter where, then there is a check, and the king has to abandon the connection of the d8 square, and once the king moves, then already you pick up the queen and it is game over.
So it's good teamwork of the white pieces.
Yes, but this is already what you kind of expected. I wonder if he's even thinking about just pushing d6, and it might also win, but if there is a forced direct win, then let's go for it.
d6 and then d7.
No, and he goes king d4. He's in total chill, because actually black cannot even move. He does not even want to think at all. It just shows how hopeless black's position is. Yeah, heartbreaking loss for Maxim. We have also covered the day before he had this incredibly crazy game against Mendonça when he was pushing for a win in a dramatic fashion. He wanted to deliver the Nigel Short Jan Timman king march all the way to h6, but his king got stuck on g5 just one move away before going king h6. He could have taken a perpetual check before, and with king g5 exactly stepped into a mine, and he lost that game. And there is resignation. A big win for Abdusattorov, because with this win he finishes on 7 points and will be in tie for third place. Will tie with Magnus Carlsen, and that will be a very huge tie. Also last year, 7 out of 9, because Magnus won with the sensational historical 9 out of 9, and nobody had more than 7 points. And then there were like 10 players, 10 brilliant players sharing.
Okay, so Bortnik drew apparently.
Yeah, Bortnik drew, of course. He just blundered it away.
Yeah.
He should have calmed his nerves. So all eyes on Hans. Will he be able to grind out something? But it seems like Karthikeyan is very systematic. But we have already seen so many things happen. Until it's not over, it ain't over.
Okay, got a draw.
Yeah, got a draw. Yeah, there was just nothing to be done. Benjamin Bok against Nihal Salin drew. Fedoseyev won, Yakuboyev won, but Parham Maksudlu won. They could only get to 6.5 points, I believe. Vityugov drew against Hungarian Katsu Florian. Murcin won, but it's already too late. And then the ladies' results, which we have already kind of calculated, that Maria Muzicuk lost, the only player a part of Harika who had 5.5 points. This means that those who had 5 points and won, and not too many of them had won, actually Dinara Wagner was one of them. All the others fell victim to superstars. Then maybe Dinara Wagner and May Narva has lost to Shashikina, and then okay. Then it seems like Dinara, the local hero, might be the beneficiary of all this craziness. Kostenyuk is still playing. The computer says it is equal. Wow. Gaponyanko is also still in action, but also equal. Alua Nurman has also won her game. Then so far I think Alua Nurman and Dina Wagner are the two players who might be catching up with Harika.
So that would be all.
And because 3 players qualified. Yes, 3 players qualify. And okay, few players still had draw. So we will get confirmation soon about all this. But let's focus on Hans. The problem is that it is so drawish. It is so drawish. It is just impossible to imagine black winning this, yeah? You need connected pawns, or is this still, practically speaking, difficult? What is your experience telling? Somehow, intuitively, it should be a dead draw.
Yeah, I think I calculated something, but not with the rook on b2. Rook b8, I calculated. I thought yeah, you have to be careful a bit, but.
Okay, we can. I think we should put our board, because half of the board is not visible due to Hans's hand. Yes, so this is the position. I will not even then make any analysis. I will just highlight with arrows the things. There is not much to analyze. Yeah, Hans wants to get his knight to this. He got it, well, and now he wants to start pushing.
Yeah, so the rook has to go back.
Yeah, that was your defensive analysis from the start, yeah, that you wanted to have the rook from behind.
But then, okay, now the knight improved the position a bit, so... Okay, rook here, okay, c4 and already check. You don't have time for c3 and the king c4 and knight c5.
Yes, you have to, but the clock is ticking. Murali has only 48 seconds. Yeah, he goes for rook b8. He has to.
Somehow I think that the knight stands better on d3 than on d5. So he just lost time, but okay, he's probably just in time. If c4, then check, and you can even go king e4, for instance. I mean, I don't see.
Yeah, it just cannot be. This would be some incredible news to the chess world if.
Check and king e4, I think.
Yeah, the knight is tied to the defense of the f pawn, and then white will just connect with rook c8, and the king is controlling the c pawn.
Of course, it's not a good idea to spend all your time on a move like rook d8, because you may get a surprise and react badly.
Actually, funnily enough, for Vincent, it would be important if Niemann wins, because he played with Niemann. That would help his tiebreak. I'm not trying to keep an eye on the players with whom Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Vincent Keimer played. If we can, from this, get some feeling. Vincent had 3 points advantage in the tiebreaks, but we focus, of course, on the position of Hans, but there's just nothing to talk about lines-wise. Yeah, king c3 is met by king e4. The knight is tied. The king has to move, but then if the king moves no matter where, white gets behind the pawn and the king gets to d4. Yeah, king c3 played. I think king e4 is kind of the important move. There is knight c5 check trick,
there is knight c5.
however.
But I go back. So
Yes, but then maybe when we start with rook c8, that's what I'm saying, that maybe this case, rook c8, yeah,
yes,
exactly, he goes
yes,
rook c8,
okay.
avoiding any tricks, and next move we go king e4, and if king d4, we keep on checking.
Yes.
This is the simplest.
Talking about the tie breaks, I remember Judith told me the story when the Polgar sisters and Ildiko mother, they won the Olympiad for the second time.
In Novi Sad.
In Novi Sad, yes. They were even in points with the Soviets. And they waited for a match played on board, I don't know, somewhere at the end of the tournament to see who has the better tiebreak. And,
Yes.
and somehow it was good for them. But then she said that it's nonsense to depend on
Of course.
so she decided she would not play in Women Olympiads anymore.
Anymore, yes. So king d4, rook d8 check, no, okay, but she was also too strong then, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the reasons probably, yes.
Because, okay, 1990 it was still understandable that she plays, but already then 92 she started playing all the super tournaments.
Yes.
Yeah, rook d8 check. Once again, yeah, Hans is trying to hide his king, but there is just nowhere to hide. Can you imagine if you could put the pawn from f4 on d5? Then we would talk, then we would say that this is the construction that black could potentially win. Even then, king e2 is not...
King e2 is close enough, yeah.
Not clear if that would be enough, but then would be intrigue. Like this, he just can't even try anything. And the clock situation shows it all, yeah, that now Karthikeyan can very confidently and easily make those moves. He knows the system. Yeah, king e5. Okay, doesn't do anything.
Check, and at some point rook c8, let's say, no?
Yeah, or rook c8 immediately, yeah, just...
Yes, and then check.
Yeah, asking the king, where do you go? King d5, rook d8, check once again. There is nothing to play for.
Yeah, of course, it's... No, king e5 is already a move that doesn't have anything constructive. It's just something to change the pattern so that the opponent maybe helps you to...
Yes.
No, of course you have to try it.
Wow, actually I see many results were going Vincent's way because Georg Mayer won, Yakuboyev won, so it looks very good. Looks very good for Vincent. That's my feeling, and also Sotir is exactly in this moment.
But he had an advantage already.
3 points advantage,
yes,
plus also everything that I have seen on top, I don't know, 30, 40 boards was looking good.
Yes.
But of course, we will have to wait for the official confirmation. But yeah, for the moment, let's wait for the official confirmation of the Kartikeyan Hans Niemann game.
Now he can even sacrifice the rook if king b7.
Yeah, and it's all written on Hans's face, the disappointment that we talked about it, that finishing on high note actually helps you so much to go and travel back home with positive memories, while if he feels like he had a chance and he missed it in the last round. And however, against Shashikinan in the morning, he was in trouble. Yeah, so, but this is actually typical that when a chess player comes back from a bad position and wins, he feels like this was normal. But when you miss a, I know it from myself. Yeah, this is, and as a trainer, I'm always telling my player like Vincent that, you know, actually if you feel like you just missed the win, then how do you calm down? Then try to imagine, think about that, how many times did you escape actually? So it almost always equals out. Now rook d8 is threefold repetition.
Yes, but he just plays it, he doesn't claim.
Yeah, he doesn't claim, there is nothing to claim.
Tartakova I think wrote that chess is not a fair game because the amount of happiness is less than the amount of sadness.
Yes.
I mean, if you win, it is deserved. If you lose, it's more or less what you say.
Yes.
But he put it this way that it's not fair.
Yes. Usually not. But look at this. Kartikeyan did not claim the draw, the threefold. And now Hans goes back to c3, but okay, he just doesn't care. Rook c8, king e4 is a threat, and after that there is just nothing to talk about because White's king is controlling both pawns, and the knight cannot do any harm. Actually, what would be maybe interesting when everything finishes to see the journey of both Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Vincent Keimer. Yeah, that whom did they face? That suddenly we have an overview which tournament they played. Just to see it is always very nice. Yeah, and Hans goes king d2, gives up the c4 pawn. Rook takes c4 will happen. White falls into the trap, but takes the last remaining pawn on f4, and shake hands will happen.
But he showed who is who.
Well, if that's a consolation, yeah, disappointing handshake there by Hans. He wanted so much more. He started 5 out of 5. Then he had this horrible, unfortunate day yesterday, and then mounting a comeback today, showed character. Of course, against Shashikiran, that game, I don't know how it ended in his favor because it was probably some big-time trouble.
No, but here, if you are not careful with the energy, this can happen easily. That you lose both games in one day. I mean,
very easily. Yeah, it happened now to Pranav because when you are on the top, you play two brilliant players, even after you lose. This is the problem.
And you're not a machine.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I suspect you for being a machine, but
no, nobody's a machine. I can tell you, I can guarantee you that No one is a machine, and luckily so.
Yes.
Even Magnus Carlsen showed in this tournament why was fantastic. And here we see Vincent Keimer's journey. He started with 2 comfortable wins, then this dramatic game against Georg Mayer where he was dominating the whole game. However, in the time trouble, Georg Mayer created a fortress. Vincent did not want to agree to it, and then he overpushed and could have lost, and then won that game. That was, of course, the fundament of his run. Then beating Murzin, beating Yakuboev, beating Niemann, and then finishing it off with 3 draws against Carlsen, Sadana, and Vasily Graf, with having chances yesterday against Magnus, and of course he should have won this game today against Alexei, I think, Sadana. It's an incredible run, a 29-60 performance. So this is his journey, and here's Maxim Vashilov's journey. We see that he also started with 3 relatively easy wins, because against Artur the game was actually quite easy. Then draw against Bok, then win against Losner, and the last 4 games were very tough, Nyepo, Niemann, Planav, Vincent, but Vincent's journey looked a bit tougher.
Much tougher.
With Magnus also,
yes.
and so on.
Yes.
Calculating, we are getting confirmation from Sotiris that most probably, almost certainly, Vincent should win on tiebreaks. But of course, until it's not absolutely official, we are just speculating. But it seems like he has quite some margin. And here's the final standing. So Vincent and Vasily Graf sharing the first place with an astonishing 7.5 points each. And then look at these 7 points. Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Alexei Sadana, Luke Leon Mendonca, another sensational Indian player, played fantastically. Jan Krzysztof Duda, Nodirbek Abdusatov, another Indian, Aryan Chopra, who has just held Magnus Carlsen with black to a draw and stopping Magnus winning the event, or at least tying for first. And look at this, what it meant for Hans not to have won this game, He would have shared 3rd to 10s, and now he's sharing 10s to 26, What a difference.
And probably his tiebreak would have been not so bad. I mean, maybe fifth,
he had a very good tiebreak. And there we see, because we have to see all these names. For example, all the way to 26th place, big congratulations for Gatakamsky, for our legend, playing this tournament, sharing 10th place. Georg Mayer, Dennis Wagner, the 2 German players. Okay, now Georg already representing Uruguay, but of course, in my mind, he's a German player. And then with 6 points, Pranav, the total heartbreak, the player who lost both of his games today. He could have fought for the title if he wins that crazy game against Maxim, but Maxim just was so much in his element and won that. Badul Jobababai missing out on the chance of torturing Harika in that endgame if he would have played King A2. We don't know if he would have won it, but the game would have been still in progress, that's for sure. And Harika Donavali, the best female player, sharing 27th place with 6 points and with a very good tiebreak. Look at this.
Maybe we should see further to...
but look at Aravind Chithambram, sharing with Aravind, Dominguez, Luke Van Wely, Vityugov, Shashikira, Nihal Sarin, just to name a few incredible legends of the game. And Alua Nurman also 6 points, Dinara Wagner 6 points. So at the moment it seems like these are our 3 female qualifying players at the moment. So wow, actually we know quite a lot. I'm not sure if all the results are already finished. I do know that, for example, Javakishvili, who finished also on 5.5, she drew her game. Kostenyuk's game was still in progress, but since she is there with 5.5, I assume that she finished, She drew, we got confirmation. So it seems like very likely that we know exactly Harika Donavali, Alua Nurman, and Dinara Wagner are the 3 qualifying ladies to the next FIDE Women's Freestyle World Championship. I don't know exactly when it will be. I believe that...
No idea, no.
Yeah, but I believe that there was some speculation that even maybe this year will be one event for the ladies. One thing is for sure that next year, the weekend before the open section, before the men open section play. Then they will have in Weissenhaus also the 2027 championship, but there might be another one even already this year. So that we will, of course, you have to wait for announcement from FIDE, but I think this is what I kind of heard. By this time, we believe that Vincent Keimer will be the winner, which means that he qualifies to the next Freestyle World Chess Championship to Weissenhaus 2027. He was so close of getting that already in Weissenhaus. He lost the bronze match to Abdusatulov in a dramatic match. He has also been the player who last year in the Grand Slam won the Weissenhaus event in the classical portion. Then in Paris leg, he was in the semi-final. He took, I think, third place, or third or fourth. Yeah, in any case, he was playing for the third place. And then the rules got changed for the Grand Slam, and they started shortening the time control, and Vincent clearly fell victim of it. So I feel like if really the tiebreak helps him to win and to qualify for the next year's World Championship, then it is basically stars aligning correctly, basically respecting his incredible performance in the classical freestyle portion, because yeah, he's playing sensational chess. And that would be a very big congratulation for Vasila Graf, because he played incredibly well. It was also such a pleasure to have him yesterday and today in our studio. The same applies to Vincent, and of course, a very big thank you to Magnus Carlsen, who also joined us a couple of times. That's always a magical moment. Magnus, well, this is Magnus, yeah? When we kind of tell that, no, it was not exactly Magnus's tournament, then he finishes third.
Yes,
yeah?
yes.
I think so many people would love to be in these shoes, yeah?
Yes,
That
yes,
when
yes.
everything works against you, you are still third in such a field. But that's how it is. I think maybe this will be the end of the journey. But before we say goodbye, Mihai, I would like to ask you that what was your feeling? You have been here in the last day together covering the action. Tell us your emotions.
Well, I think that today was the crucial day for my emotions regarding this. I had been following some of my friends, non-persons, and I had this feeling that yes, at some point, actually after 15 moves, many times the position looks like a classical chess. But today that I was involved and calculating together with you, which was also very pleasant, I was very honored, I got more. It felt almost like playing. So yeah, maybe I will give it a try in the future, because yes, it can be played. I mean,
yes, and it should be played, and I'm very happy hearing these words from you, because you know the reason why I'm so enthusiastic about it, that I'm covering all the action every time from the very first move when the new position is drawn out. I think that freestyle you cannot follow like classical chess, that okay, every half an hour or every 2 hours I look, this is a Scandinavian, this is a system, this happened, and you can catch up. You have to be right in the middle of it from the very get-go, almost till the very end.
If you connect after 1 hour, it can happen that you have 4 moves on the board, so it's not so dramatic.
Yeah, but still,
yes,
you don't feel the soul that how the players reach there, what kind of difficulties they face, because here the difficulty starts on move 1. Yeah, that's another.
It was some kind of joke, but no, which is not entirely a joke, because actually, in classical chess, if you miss 1 hour, then you miss most of it, big part of it. But here, if you miss 1 hour, it could be just a few moves.
Yes.
The guy plays e5 on move 3, and then you think for 45 minutes. No, I mean.
And it is no secret that for my heart is always, shining when I'm able to cover the classical portion of freestyle. Yeah? Because I feel that in this case we have the chance, the time to get a little bit into the depths of the position.
Yes.
Also, the players have time, that they think sometimes half an hour, non-stop action. Yeah, this tournament, this Grenke Chess Classic, I know that, I'm getting extremely exhausted. I'm giving all my energy and I'm completely finished, but I know the purpose of it because I enjoy every second, and I appreciate the players, giving this tremendous energy, effort.
Actually, I have great respect for the players who played these 9 games in
4.5 days.
4 days and 2 hours or something like that.
Yes, because
they started at,
Thursday they started at like 7:30.
Okay, so
exactly
4 days and 1 hour. But okay, I mean, I have great respect for them. I can imagine that I could survive such a tournament. I mean, play all the games and be still alive. I don't understand how you could
yes.
do this job, because you understand it's much more. When you play, okay, you play, but when you talk and express ideas, it must be exhausting.
Yes, I'm trying to give all my emotions, all my heart, but the point is also that I have known Bobby Fischer personally very well, and we talked about Fischer random chess, and he told me the whole spirit behind why he was thinking that this is such an important step forward in his mind, yeah, that the players, you know, contrary to classical chess, where you have to constantly prepare. You go to bed, you go to sleep with thoughts like, what do I play? You already prepare like 2-3 hours at night, then your seconds takes over. He works all the night, 5-6 hours. You check millions of lines with super engine. You come up with brilliant ideas, but the computer also neutralizes these ideas. Then you expect your colleague who you face with, your opponent, do probably the same. And then you don't know what to play, you go crazy. Then in the morning you wake up, you get brilliant analysis from your coach, from your second, and you have still nothing to play because, okay, brilliant work means that also the opponent has very good reaction. And then you prepare and you go very nervously to the game. While here, this was Bobby's idea that, okay, you go for a nice dinner, you go for a good walk, you go to sleep at time without thinking about what I have to do, because the only way to prepare for next game is to have a good sleep.
To stay in shape.
Exactly.
Yes.
And here with the double runs, and I talked to players, they said, yes, it is double runs, but nevertheless, the double runs, it is freestyle. Yeah? We don't need to prepare. So this is the spirit of it. I think we have to conclude with thanking the organizers, yeah, because without organizers and without sponsors, Grenke, it is just impossible to do this tournament, and also freestyle chess, giving the prize fund for the freestyle event. Thank you very much for supporting the event. Thank you very much, audience, for staying with us and followed all this dramatic action. And we hope to be back next year as well, here from Karlsruhe with the Grenke Chess Festival. That's all from us. See you.
Bye. See you
Bye,
at
bye.
Grenke 2027.